Hello everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. I'm Dragnacarda, your host and DM, and thank you to everyone for tuning in this week. Or, I should say last week, I suppose. We are pre-recorded this week, so hello to you future folk from the past. Hopefully no more boats have crashed in any canals. Hopefully the aliens that landed are treating you well. Hope you all enjoy Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft or whatever fantastical future treasures you're enjoying. Otherwise, I don't think we have over much to go into at the start at this point. So, without sticking around for too long, let's dive in and get started with Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. And welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off on Twice Bitten. With Madame Ava's Taroko reading fresh on their minds, our band of unlikely heroes regrouped and planned the first steps of their strategy to defeat the vampire lord Strahd von Zarevich. After a refreshing night's sleep, they set off once more on the Old Svalich Road, on the trail to Vallaki. It wasn't long, however, before a skulking silhouette tailing the traveler's footsteps revealed itself to be a suspicious Vistana. Metrion's quick trigger finger put a quick end to the lurker's life before he could steal a dagger from Kiva's side, and the companions set off uneasily down the road once more, though not with several members particularly comfortable with the prospect of looting those they killed, even if they had likely been spies of the devil. En route to Vallaki, the travelers continued to attract the attention of unlikely companions, at first drawing the eye of an unkindness of ravens numbering in the hundreds, which tailed them on their path through the Balanok Mountains and, thankfully, assisted in combat, as the travelers were attacked by a dire wolf that sprung from the misty underbrush just outside of Vallaki's gates, the ravens themselves departing after seeing them safely to the walls of the Vallakian settlement. In town, our companions briefly spoke with Erwin Mardukov at the Blue Water Inn, learning for the first time of the Keepers of the Feather, a secret society dedicated to opposing Strahd and aiding those who stood against him. They learned that Erwin and his father, Davian, were both ranking members of the Order, and Erwin advised the companions to travel to the Wizard of Wines to learn more about Madame Ava's cryptic reading. That night, the companions stayed not in Vallaki, but in the old tower at Lake Baratok. Finding Rudolf van Richten absent and the well-fortified tower empty, the party spent a comfortable evening resting and keeping watch there for Strahd's spies amidst the night. The next morning, after a fishy meal, our heroes set off once more, not for Vallaki, but the village of Kresk. There, however, as they approached the gates, they were refused entry by the guards, clearly leery and anxious in the wake of Strahd's rampage through the town but a few nights past. The party turned instead to more subtle methods, leaving Esmeralda, Irina, and Ismark in the woods outside of town, while The characters themselves invisibly ascended the walls, though some, admittedly, with more difficulty than others. But in the end, all did make their way surreptitiously inside to the village of Kresk. Once inside, the teams split up. Kiva and Metreon heading for the pool and the Shrine of the White Sun to investigate Madame Ava's foretold weapon of vengeance, while Amity and Erthrendir led Lillison to the Abbey to speak with the abbot and return the Baroness's wedding dress. While Kiva dove to explore the pool's depths, Metreon found a glint of metal beneath the splintered foundations of the broken gazebo, finding therein the platinum hilt of a broken blade. Upon picking it up, they discovered that it seemed to possess a strange intelligence to it, speaking to its wielders through vivid and alien emotions. Meanwhile, Amity and Erthrendir bestowed the abbot with their hard-secured wedding dress, securing his promise of his resurrections and healing abilities. After questioning the abbot about certain hints of Madame Ava's Taroka reading, the trio investigated the abbey's wine cellar. Though their search found no symbols of hope or holy power, it did uncover a forgotten scroll concealed in an empty bottle of wine, which Erthrendir took along with him as the companions prepared to regroup with the others. And so, Kiva and Metreon, you find yourselves at the shores of the darkened pool amidst the splintered, broken foundations of the shrine, the broken platinum hilt of the blade you found in your hands. Kiva, you can still feel its emotions flickering to you now, a sense of eagerness, that same flickering warmth, welcome, but also that impatience and eagerness to progress somehow. The emotions are slowly coming to you more vividly, more perceptibly, but you could sense that sense of growing frustration, perhaps at whatever inability to communicate may lay between the both of you as you carry it. For now, however, you and Metreon linger invisible at the shores of the pool, awaiting your companion's return. Is there anything more you would like to do while waiting for the other three to make their way down the mountain?
Are we still invisible?
At this point, yes, you are.
Okay.
I believe you would be, at least. You hadn't broken it, and I don't believe the spell had been lifted, so yes.
Fuck this. And Metreon gives Kiva a punch in the shoulder and
Ow!
returns.
The fuck?
Oh, it didn't hit that hard. I just need to get out of that. Ugh, freaked me out. You all right there?
I'll be fine. My ego is a little bruised.
And Metreon starts to reach out and pat the air as if trying to pat her shoulder very gently until he finds actually a form that's solid and starts to pat you on the what I hope is just the shoulder in the back.
Kiva does some nimble dodging to make sure that things don't get awkward between friends, but decides to stay invisible herself because she was not necessarily getting in the best sort of interaction with the guards. So perhaps it's best that she not be visible. But she will hover incredibly close to Metreon and make weird ghost sounds every few moments just to fuck with him.
Jesus, cut that out. I mean, more than a little, cut that out.
So, aside from being vaguely spooky, and Metreon, I presume you're in your Valachian disguise of some kind.
Yeah, I'm in my that deeper tan skin with the dark hair. But I am keeping an eye out on the path that leads up to the pool, just to make sure that no one's coming towards us, as well as trying to stick a little bit closer to the abbey, just so that we're ready to greet the rest of the party when they come out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you making any special effort to avoid being seen, or are you just kind of, lurking by the edge of the pool?
Yeah, I'll make a little bit of a stealth check. Why not?
All right, so I take it the two of you kind of pull your way over to some skirring.
Yeah,
Direct
I'll
line of
take
sight from
myself.
yourselves to the nearby houses.
Yeah, if there's like a patch of bushes near the abbey, or like a denser cluster of trees, I'll try and hide behind those.
Yep, that's definitely doable.
Kiva's
17.
continuing to just scare him and try to ruin his stealth check.
Well, that's a 17.
I'm kidding.
Perfect. You guys, so what? Metron's making his way into the bushes.
Yeah, just keeping near the bushes, and if there's like a cluster of trees that are heavier or more dense, he'll stick to those that's closer to the abbey, so he has a line of sight on the party if and when they come out that way, and then also if anyone comes up from Kresk towards the pool.
All right, great. And from your current vantage point, you can kind of see up the mountain spur, the switchback path leading up toward the abbey. And as you do, Erthrindir and Amity, I believe the two of you are currently visible, yes? Or
Yeah, we are.
all right. So as the shifting our gaze up toward the top of the cliff face abbey, as the two of you visibly and Millicent invisibly begin to make your way down toward the village below. Is there anything you would like to do? Are you recasting any spells?
Earthendeer is going to do some kind of quick arithmetic with Amity. Alright, first question. Is there a way to get from the abbey to the pool without being in like a direct line of sight of the rest of the village?
Are you asking me or Amity?
I'm asking you.
So the way the road works is it kind of switches back twice over top of the village. You imagine anyone looking up, I mean, if they kind of squinted, it's not, particularly obvious, but, you could probably see some silhouettes moving their way down the path. And the path itself does lead into the main village intersection. The alternative would be, climbing down the sheer cliff face, which is not overly feasible without climber's tools or some kind of flight.
Damn it. He kind of turns to Amity. Alright, you thinking you should kind of drop the invisibility on the others and bring and make you and me invisible again? I think we don't want to be caught off guard, and we don't want to be caught, period, until we've got everybody together.
Do you think the others are going to be okay? I mean, just having the invisibility suddenly wear off?
They're both sneaky folks. I think they're better off than we are.
Right, well, let's hope they're not standing in front of someone. Amity ends the spell.
Alright, and I can keep it up on Lillison, and you can cast it on you and me, and we'll go meet up with them.
Amity accedes to that request.
Thank you. Man, I'm so glad you figured out that spell. It makes our lives so much easier. But yeah,
definitely. You should teach me that. What's that one you do with the magic armor?
Oh, I don't think I might not be your style of bardic magic. I don't know if I can. I'm really, really sorry. Don't think I can. I'd like to though. I'd like you to know that. That'd be really nice. I just don't think I can.
Oh, all right.
He's like, yeah, no, he's visibly like a little twitchy as you ask this, but he is
Visibly?
Right?
God damn it! He's
Ooh.
Okay, and you see nothing of him. Exciting. All right. In that
You can
case,
just hear vibrating in the distance of his sheer anxiety propelling him a few inches off the ground.
Just
I
radiating.
mean, this is how Earthendeer kind of moves at all times. He doesn't walk. It's just kind of a gentle buzz. But yeah, I guess we go down.
Marco.
Oh, Polo.
Yeah, we go down.
All right. And with the vibrating air thunder leading the way and occasionally responding with polos, The three of you invisibly make your way down the side of the cliff, through the town, doing your best to invisibly dodge any villagers or townsfolk passing by you. As you do, you get a pretty prime view of the wreckage of the place where Strahd's attack struck. You see much of the actual wood and other structures have, begun to be moved away. You can see large piles of debris off to one side, though the foundations where the houses once stood and where the trees have been burned down still lie upon blackened, grayish-brown pieces of earth and land. Almost they're like deep scars and gouges in the earth. You can see that those travelers, the villagers passing by it, kind of studiously try to avoid looking at the areas directly. Nonetheless, you continue onward, heading along the northward bend of the passage through the village, and before long, arriving once more at the humble shrine and pool. Though as you look about, you see no immediate sign of Kiva and Metreon. However, Kiva, you hear the sound of invisible footsteps approaching as they crunch through the snow.
So I'm assuming since the spell is dropped that Kiva is also now visible, correct?
Yes, correct. You're just
Okay,
kind
so
of
she's
crouched
got
there behind the
her-
bush with Metreon.
Yeah, she's got her cloak up and has got the sun sword tucked ever so slightly in under her arm. She doesn't know it's a sun sword yet, the weird hilt. And when she sort of hears the footsteps, she'll just tap Metreon and just say, I think this is us.
Oh, you mean you see them with your what was that, blind sight?
Well, I don't necessarily want to get out until I'm certain. Can she? Are they walking close enough that she could see, or would she have to step out of where she's sort of ducked with Metreon?
I'd say at this point, Lilith, you hear the sound of quiet murmuring out of the corner of your ear. And though you don't see Metreon, you can kind of see the top of Irina's ears and kind of a bluish hair tinge over the top of the nearby underbrush to your right.
Oh, thank God, they're all right. Hey, it's us.
Yeah, Metreon will look both ways, making sure that no one's around, and very carefully step towards the sound of his voice.
Earthrendeer will circle around the lake to the bush they've set themselves. Whew. Good to see y'all in one piece. You have any luck?
We'll talk when we get back to the wagon, I think.
Fair. Just wanted to know if you'd gotten what we came here for.
He
Maybe.
just smiles a little, but doesn't say anything, just in case there are nosy Nellies spying on us through birds and bats or whatever manner of Strahd evil he has.
Yep. Yeah, so Earthrendeer kind of looks at the spot where Amity is. Marco?
Hello.
Oh, thank God you're here. All right, so I think you've got a bit more power than me after all that. What do you say you make 3 of them invisible, I make 2, and we just get out the way we came?
I have a different idea.
Lay it on us.
And you watch as his face starts to peel, the skin peeling away, and Metreon takes his hand up and begins to tear off the husk of his outer disguise, revealing Anna Kraskova.
Oh, I hate that. Also, wow, you got every dimple. That seems real risky.
Shall we? You can always sneak out the other way.
Nah, if you're pulling this bluff, I don't want to split us up, but I guess it's worth a shot. If we get guards on our ass, though, I vote we just grappling hook over the side and, pray they won't chase us.
Well, then I hope that you make me very convincing.
So how are we playing us? That you're just like friendly walking us out, or are you escorting us out after catching? Like, I don't know what the sort of situation here is.
Just follow my lead. And Metreon will start to walk down the path leading back towards Kresk.
I have
Oh
a
God.
quick question. Is Metreon still sounds like himself, right?
So I'm trying to change my voice to mimic hers.
Gotcha. Could I ask you to... Actually, no, we'll get there in a second. Okay, so what are the lot of you doing?
Amity's scouting ahead, invisible. If the real Anna Kreshkova, or whatever her name is, appears, then she would probably react by, like, telling Metron to go a different way.
Yep. Erthrindir is trailing behind Metreon at a disgruntled but respectful distance, and kind of, as he walks, he says, "All right, I trust you, but fuck it, I trust you. Good luck." And he's going to give him Bardic Inspiration.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a quick question, Kiva and Metron are the only visible ones right now, correct?
Oh god, this is going to be a disaster. Yes.
Okay. With that, the three of you, invisible ones, accompanying the two visible, Amity making her way ahead. You begin making your way through the village, Amity scouting up. At one point, Amity, you do think you see a glimmer of someone who looks like the Baroness through the trees on the opposite side of the road. Not this path, for there are two that kind of encircle in a ring, but you think you see her features through the snowy pine trees on the other side of the path, and then she vanishes behind the underbrush on the other side of the village, and you kind of, breathe out in a small bit of relief. As you continue forward, you do earn yourselves a few slightly odd looks, slightly confused at some points, some slightly scared. The confused ones toward the quote-unquote Baroness, some scared ones more toward Kiva, some looking anxious or tense or a bit fearful. But you do uneventfully. And how are you making your way there? Are you keeping Kiva's hands behind her back? Are you frog marching her? What's going on here?
So I'm just having her follow behind me, but not as like a prisoner. And I would say that, and Kiva would be able to pick up on this. My attitude as Anna isn't as if I've taken her into custody, is more as if I'm on my way to go reprimand someone.
Okay, I would say give me a performance check.
Okay.
Is Kiva supposed to do that as well, or is this just a Kreskova thing?
What's Kiva's what is Kiva doing to assist in this facade?
I suppose if it's not like the punishment route, what Kiva is assuming is going on is that she's going to yell at a guard for letting this one slip in, is what I'm hoping, and don't correct me because I think this will be funny if I'm wrong. So she's going to just look sort of aloof and it's not my fault that I got in, it's your fault sort of thing. Definitely not trying to sneak out the back, but just sort of all right, I was caught fair and square, and so I guess this is it, end of my adventure sort of thing.
Okay, so I would say if you'd like, Metron, you can make a performance check with advantage since Kiva is assisting.
Very good.
Call that the Pastel Goth way.
That's going to be an 18.
18. All right, so you do get some wary looks, but you sufficiently look like you have everything under control, and Kiva succeeds at looking, not quite, looking, sufficiently, proudly sulky and somewhat contrite that you get a few looks as what's going on here, is everything okay? But with the way you're carrying yourself, nobody really seems to feel the need to approach. Passing together, you make your way through the village roads, coming into the main intersection. Above you can see the cliff face of the abbey towering above the village, but you take the south path, heading toward the gates. It's not long before you see, coming into view, the twin parapets at the either side of the stone gatehouse, the wooden gate standing tall there, the several figures in fur hats and carrying spears facing outward. But as your footsteps approach upon the muddy dirt road, one of them turns toward you and their eyes widen. You watch as you recognize the woman who had kind of angrily told off Kiva earlier, as she her cheeks go red and then she kind of blanches briefly at the look on the Baroness's face. Another one elbows another one as they kind of turn around and start mumbling to each other. Kiva, you very clearly, hear the words with your sharper hearing. How the fuck did they get in? I don't fucking know. And then you hear, one man kind of clearing his throat. Baroness, is everything all right?
Well, it would be had someone not been able to breach my walls. Fortunately, however, this one right here.
Oh, ma'am, let me. It seems like your guards didn't do a very good job of guarding, and it would have been easier had you just gotten the Baron in the first place, would it not?
The woman, who you talked to earlier, the guard, she kind of now she definitely kind of purples, and she turns to the Baroness. Look, my lady, these miscreants that came up on the gates, we told them they couldn't come in. I don't know by what means of trickery they got in, but I assure you, Baroness, that we were keeping a firm eye on our posts, and...
I'm sure you were, and were it any other situation, I would be more cross with you. However, I understand the desire to uphold security here, given the incident from earlier this week. However, Kiva here and any of her companions are always welcome in Kresk as honored guests. If it were not for them, who's to say what else the intruder would have done with us in our fair city? Is that understood?
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna need you to make 2 checks for me. First, give me a performance check.
Oh,
Ooh,
good. Come
yeah.
on, baby, come on.
You're pushing your luck here, buddy.
That's why I was hoping Kiva interrupting and just being a bitch would be fine.
19.
Oh, yes.
19. Okay. So, on that basis, I will let you make a straight deception roll.
Come on.
Can I make a
Without
persuasion
disadvantage.
roll? I'm trying to persuade her into giving the party carte blanche to come and go.
No, this is 100% deception.
Kiva's helping the lie, man. You can't argue that Kiva's not helping the lie here.
Natural 20.
Yep. Doesn't he?
Okay. At that, the woman's face immediately pales, and she kind of takes a step back as if you'd almost slapped her. Yes, milady. I'm sorry. We were just going off what the Baron. It's no problem. Would she be staying?
Not now, no. Though, if she and her comrades would need any kind of hospitality here, it is most certainly welcome. Now, if you'll excuse me, she and I will be going to pick flowers, seeing as how our garden was burned into cinders. Kiva, if you would show me the way.
Of course, Mum. And she's going to give a very polite curtsy to the female guard, and then walk off.
Okay. The 2 of you make your way forward, and as you do, looking very expectant, the guards kind of look around for a second, looking very confused. You can see one of them, his eyes are basically the size of dinner plates after that picking flowers line. But as you walk forward and make your intentions somewhat clear, they kind of give a start, and 2 of them begin making their way over and hauling the gates, bearing the way forward for you to pass.
Yeah. Metreon as Anna will just start to very discreetly walk towards the spot where Ez's wagon is.
Okay, and I'm assuming the other invisible ones are following?
Hell
Yep.
yeah, they are. All face palming, apparently.
All right, quick question. Who was the last one in the party to pass through the gates?
I'd say probably Earthendeer Amity.
Okay.
Maybe she was in the lead.
Okay, in that case, as you pass through
Wouldn't
the
it be
gates,
Lilith?
Earthendeer, would it be Lillison?
Yeah, I think so.
Something bad's probably going to happen, so let's say it's Lillison.
All right, then. So, Lillison, as you and you alone are passing through the gates lastly, as the guards begin to move to close them behind you, you glance behind you, and Earthendeer, kind of hearing her pause for a second, you glance behind you and turn as well. and see behind you, just coming up the northern road, slowly toward the main intersection in view of the gatehouse, Erthrendir, you see the very familiar form of Baroness Kriskova.
Oh, fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be, moving now. Quickly, please. Quickly, please.
Hearing that, Metron will kick it into full speed and start to run through the snow. As he does, he'll tear off the disguise and go back to his pink self.
Guard C, even sets
Same
of
here.
prints.
We are sprinting, honey.
You hear a voice from the gates kind of like pause and say, "Hey, wait just a second," and then it kind of fades as you storm your way down the path, beating a hasty retreat away from the gates.
Is it safe yet?
Not
I don't
until
know. I
we...
wouldn't have done something that stupid. Oh my god.
It was fun, right?
I will admit it was pretty funny until it blew up in our faces.
It didn't blow up in our faces. I was great. I was fantastic. I deserve some kind of award for that.
Oh, no, I won't deny that. Just your particular... How about we discuss this once we make tracks? We'd need to not be close to here. They might actually send a guard party out for this.
Yeah, that's wise. Oh, I haven't run like that in forever. And since I was chased by a bunch of wolves. It feels like forever ago.
Hey, at least we're getting some exercise. Keeps you healthy.
Oh,
way to
fuck
put it.
exercise. I never want to move again.
Well, you can have the wagon then. For now. Do we see Bismarck and Irina and Ez?
You do, in fact, kind of make your way quickly around the bend, leaving Kresk out of sight as you make your way back down the Old Svalich Road toward the small patch of foliage where you left the others. It doesn't take you long before you see that kind of small embankment on the side of the road, and climbing up the side, following the wagon's tracks, you see the large shadow of Esmeralda's wagon amid the trees and boughs of the canopy. And as you pass through the underbrush, you come into a small clearing where you see Ismark leaning against a tree, Irina pacing toward the center of the clearing, and Esmeralda is sitting comfortably but slightly tensed atop the seat of her wagon. All eyes switch up toward you as you enter the clearing.
Boy,
Afternoon, boy and girls. We need to go.
Esmeralda
quick about it.
immediately springs up. Right then. And she whispers a word to her wagon, and you watch as the horses appear before her. Alright, I take it that we'll get the story on the way.
Yeah,
Better
guards.
if we're moving.
Perfect. Alright, where to?
that's a good question.
East for now, on the road.
Yeah, just go away from here as far as possible.
We want it to be too much trouble for them to have to chase us.
East it is. Let's get on with it. And she kind of just hits the reins, and the horses whinny and begin making their way back toward the road. You press onward for a good 5, 10, 15 minutes, and before long you see the bridge of the Raven River coming into sight around the bend of the heavily wooded Svalich woods around you. You could just faintly see the silvery ribbon of the Raven River flowing beneath it and hear the trickling of the water. And by this point you feel somewhat confident that, given the lack of any outcry behind you, you seem not to have been followed on your path forward. Esmeralda kind of pulls the horses to a halt for a second and glances back. Alright, think we lost them?
I think so. We probably are good for at least a moment to catch up.
I think we'll go for several moments. They're scared. They're not going to come out of here, out of the gates.
Alright, well that's good. So, how did it go? Was everything a success?
Well, I know about the dress givers, but Team Sunsor here, we were Team Fortune here. I think we did really all right.
Team Jesus Sunsword.
Jesus
Team the Blade that will not be named.
Oh yeah, I thought we did well. We found a bit of a thing, and he motions over to Kiva.
Yeah, Kiva holds out, or like, pulls out the hilt and just says, I can feel it. It.
Esmeralda holds up a hand. Wait a minute. Before we start spotting that around, do you want to take a look at the Inza wagon or someplace safe? Just in case,
Oh,
and
no,
she kind of glances
that's-
around at the woods, in case anyone is watching.
That's a good idea. Yeah. So she'll like very quickly like tuck it back under her cloak and wait to go into the wagon.
Yep. Earthrendir is going to scan the surroundings for spies.
Alright, give me a perception check.
$16.
16. You take a moment to glance around, looking for any sign of spies, be they, beasts or Vistani or otherwise, but glancing around, there doesn't seem to be anything of note. Just quiet trees, slightly swaying in the chill wind.
Alright, think we're clear. And yeah, he'll
Cool.
clamber into the wagon, very reluctantly.
There's not quite enough room for all of you. Irina kind of coughs and says, right, I guess we can kind of look in through the door. Kind of glances back with a hand on a rapier and make sure that no one gets too close.
Thank you.
But yes. So, what did you all find? And you now find yourselves, in the interior of the wagon with the others looking in, those who cannot cram inside. Ismar kind of, framing his broad shoulders in the way between the interior and the outside so that none can easily see past him.
Oh, a human wall. I
Thank you
love
for that
that.
mental image. It's good.
So yeah, once Kiva's securely inside the wagon, she will pull out the hitherto unnamed sword hilt, and will show it off, and explain to Ez again that she can feel it and what it is feeling, and it responds when we talk to it, and it is very angry when you mention Strahd. And she sort of waits to feel it, like, like, whatever, do its thing. But I'm not quite sure how to work it. So Mitrion thought maybe Earthendeer, you could it's clearly magical. I'm just not sure. I tried to get it like to do something or to work. I guess I'm just not sure. Like it can
Yeah.
clearly understand me. I don't know. I'm not a magical person.
There's the murmur of a cantrip as Earthrendir dispels his invisibility, and then he's just kind of like stepping forward, eyes wide and eager. It's giving you emotion? But that would mean, he kind of holds out his hand. May I?
Yeah, of course. So she'll pass it over. She's like, it's weird. Metrion and I both cried a little bit. The first feeling is really great. Just don't make it like mad or anything.
I don't
Yeah.
cry.
All right, sorry. Only I cried.
Okay, good to know. You kind
It's a
of-
good thing. It's a good thing. It's like the happiest I think I've ever felt.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was just like this wave of euphoria, and then try it yourself. You
You
feel
see,
it.
Earthrendir set the sword down very gingerly on the floor, like an unexploded bomb. On second thought, I'm gonna look at it without touching it first. Stuff that fucks with your emotions is dangerous. Like some of the most dangerous magic there is. We want to be sure it's not gonna hijack one of our minds or something. But yeah, he's going to sit down, pulling on his glasses, and try and examine this sword hilt, figure out history, make, what sort of magic's in it.
Okay, so insofar as make, looking over it, it seems to be a hilt forged, not of steel, but incredibly some kind of platinum of exceptionally pure make. certainly not common for weaponry of any mundane arrangement to begin with. You can see the leather-bound straps that are impeccably preserved, clearly some sort of enchantment upon them, tightly bound around the metallic brace of the hilt, the crossguard itself flaring out into wings on either side, and a beautiful and brilliant sapphire set right into the crossguard. The blade itself, though, is completely missing, almost as if severed cleanly. There's not even a jagged crack where something might have once been connected. Otherwise, that's the most you can glean from it from visual inspection.
Oh, now that is something. So, I've seen my share of broken swords, you inspect any amount of battlefields and you're going to run across broken weapons. But if this one is broken, then it was done as some sort of deliberate job. You see the join where the hilt should meet, I presume, a blade of some sort? Not there. Sliced clean. It's like either this thing never was added to a blade and all it ever was a hilt, or the blade was taken off deliberately and cleanly. That's... In either way is fascinating, if this is supposed to be our weapon.
Well, what goes a weapon without a blade?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Y'all didn't see any sign of any shards, anything, in wherever you found this, did you?
No.
And it got that angry feeling again when I asked.
Interesting. All right. Usual drill. If I start doing anything weird when I touch this thing, slap me out of it. And then
Mitran pulls out his hand crossbow and points at it.
Slap me out of it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Kiva pulls out her dagger.
Amity, can you do it?
Amity tries to stand in front of them and wields her tail like a whip.
Phenomenal. But yeah, Earthrendeer will gently pick up the sword.
Okay. Carrying it for a second, there's a moment where it's just a interesting and beautiful piece of metal and leather work, and the gemstone glinting faintly in the gray light. And then there's a sense of warmth. At first you think it's just heat somehow, but then you realize it's a warmth you're feeling inside of you, toward the back of your mind somehow. You feel a sense of welcome and joy mixed with curiosity, kind of a sense of inquisitiveness as these alien thoughts and feelings touch the back of your mind, like the brushing of cottontails on the edge of a stream.
Earthrendeer's face is twisted into a visible grimace, but he kind of holds it in as he says very clearly, hello. My name is Earthrendeer Ariel. Do you have a way to speak?
There's a pause, and then you feel from the hilt. You think it's from the hilt. You're not sure, but this sensation you're feeling could only come from one thing, you're certain. You feel a sense of affirmation, of agreement, of joviality, and then combined with that, a sense of welcoming, and then beyond that, you feel an echo, kind of a sense of pride, a sense of self-satisfaction that you then feel echoed by this kind of burgeoning sense of righteousness, of eagerness, almost like the shining of a sun through the darkness of clouds. You feel the unbridled energy of a storm ready to break open upon the land, and then it recedes, and you feel just again that slight tinge of greeting, of warmth.
Earthrendeer's eyes are a little watery. Oh, wow, you do certainly know how to talk. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I hope we can be good business partners. All right.
If it used to be a person.
What sign do you?
I don't think it was a person, but I think this is somebody, if you catch my drift. I think it's too complex to be like something, just a projection. There's actual something's feeling through me. And I think, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say that even when I was having it, when we were there, when I was holding it, it felt like the longer I was holding it, the more like in tune we were, like we understood each other. It was weird. Do you feel that way?
Earthrendir shakes his head. I think it wants me to feel that way, yes. I'd rather not let it work. As he sets it back down gingerly. Okay.
In the last moments before it leaves your hands, you feel kind of a very faint twinge of disappointment. And then as soon as your fingers release the grip, it vanishes.
All right. Well, we've got a sentient magic item, lads and lasses.
Kiva picks it back up and just sort of looks at it and is just like, so what do we do with it? I mean, do I just keep trying to talk to it until it does something?
I would not advise that. There's pretty common procedure where you just take an hour, sit down, get to know an item, and you seem to... I don't really... I'd suggest you be careful and let us know if any of those, like, happy feelings you have turn into anything else. But yeah, that might be the route. Sit down with it and kind of get to know the personality in there while I look back on some notes, do a little research, and see what we can figure out from there. I think we can afford an hour.
Mitron very carefully turns and points his hand crossbow at Kiva.
She's like, she just looks at him and is like, I trust you to actually pull the trigger this time if it's needed, yeah?
You betcha.
Thanks, love.
And then we bring you right back with the abbot because we're not leaving you behind.
Yeah, we got what? How many we got those?
Did it work? Did it work? You got the dress to him then?
Oh yeah, we got 3, and something else actually. As Earthrendir kind of reaches into his pack and pulls out the bottle, I don't get excited,
Oh,
Metron.
right.
Oh yeah.
No, there's.
What did you take?
Earthrendir smiles a tiny bit. Something fun. As he kind of shakes the bottle and lets what's inside fall out.
Wait,
It's a piece of paper.
where's the wine at?
Not in here. And
Well, why did you
Earthrendir's
bring the bottle? So pointless.
Mitron picks up the piece of paper that fell out. What is this?
I don't know if you'd let me. Yeah, can we clearly tell what this is?
Yeah, Metron starts to unfurl it in full view of everybody.
You unfurl the scrolled bit of parchment inside the bottle, kind of pulling it out like a message in a bottle. And as you unfurl it, Metron, peering over Earthrendir's shoulder, it seems just scribbles and bits of unintelligible script. But Earthrendir, as you look down upon it, you feel yourself interpreting those symbols, bardic glyphs and other bits of familiar arcane script, as you recognize the means of casting the spell Hero's Feast.
Holy shit. No wonder this was hidden. Amity, look at this.
You... Wait. So that's like a magic scroll?
Yeah, a powerful one too. I've heard of this spell. They used to give this to like mighty heroes on their way out to battle. Like, this is incredibly powerful magic.
What is it?
It's a meal. It you know how like some, powerful people of faith can create like food? This is like that, but times 100. You create the best food anybody's ever had. Like stuff that's so good it will literally like bolster courage and make you tougher and stronger when you're about to go into battle. It is this is pie cotton. Like
And the abbot just gave that to you?
He told me I could take a bottle. I took this one.
He told you... Oh my god.
So he
you do
told you
realize
he could
this is
take any
person.
bottle of his ancient wine, and you took, not even knowing what was in there, the one with the paper in it.
I mean, obviously.
I mean, if it's from this like mystical cookbook, and you know, you got Amity here's your fine chef, and I feel like you made away with something nice. I mean, you know, I'd like to have some of this. Was it champagne du stops too? But you know, I'll settle for a nice healthy meal.
Yeah, I did. I would have brought you an actual bottle of wine, but I didn't want to push my luck. And yeah, where's the harm in it?
You do realize that this is someone whose cooperation and friendship we're relying on to be brought back from the dead 3 times?
I do. And I'm not. It was lying in his wine cellar. It's not like this is something he's going to need. He's an angel. He does not need people food.
He's angel, is he?
What do
Yeah.
angels eat if not food?
I honestly do not know. That was never really my area of study. But yeah, no, look, I don't want to antagonize the man, but I don't think we have anything to gain by like playing nice and following his every rule. If he's got something that can help us, then yeah, no, I'm gonna snatch 1,000 scrolls.
Kiva just looks so shocked at this, what is this role reversal of, taking something from someone that might help us, even if it's morally duplicitous. But she does, give Erthrendir an approving smile, because at least he's on the way to understanding.
Also,
he
he's a
notices
jackass.
it's gone.
Then there are literal Amity, there are like 100 people in there, all of which would have better motivation to grab a random bottle of wine than us.
Well, listen, the
I
way
mean,
he's
in terms of him knowing who did it, I feel like it wouldn't be a gigantic leap over an impossible chasm for him to realize that the person who he saw take a bottle from his shelf might have been the one to take a bottle from his shelf.
And,
Well, I'm glad we
and-
didn't go in as a party then. And we can just, give him Erthrendir.
Hey. And Amity, it's not. Look, this guy. I know we need him badly, but this dude's a bastard. He doesn't deserve anything, to be blunt. And I certainly don't think he deserves enough respect that we don't take something he freely offered us.
Listen, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission sometimes, and maybe this is one of them cases, you know?
All right, if one of us dies, then you, she points at Lillison, spin some story about how Erthrendir just sort of accidentally took it, and he'll still bring us back to life, and it'll be fine.
Maybe don't even mention it
Or
unless he...
else-
Amity, it's not.
What if we just write a fake spell on the bottle? Or wait a minute, and she pulls out her spell scrolls that were in her backpack. She's like, we just stuff one of those in there, and if he asks about it, we just say, oh, we didn't even look at it. Here it is,
I almost forgot we had those. And yeah, not a bad idea. Although, I imagine he knows what the notation looks like, or whatever. This point being, we have a very powerful spell here for when we need it. So that's good. That means next time we know we're getting into a really big fight, we'll be fine.
You know,
Hear
that
Esmeralda clear her throat. Excuse me, sorry, you had those are skulls?
Oh, yeah, when we got here, we were sort of put in this awful, despicable house, full of the most evil things imaginable. But we found a letter from Strahd from forever ago, and these scrolls. But I haven't really looked at them since we were there because no one could read them. So she'll just toss them to Esmeralda.
She frowns, kind of catches them and unfurls them. Well, I have no idea how to read these. She kind of flashes it around the group. None of you, I say?
Hasn't gotten any more intelligible.
She kind of shows it around, and as she does, Kiva, you see what had once been unintelligible scroll kind of shifting, resolving itself into symbols you think you understand. Strangely enough.
Whoa. Hand that back.
Sure. And she hands it back to you.
I think I can read this.
Wait, what? But we looked over all of these before.
No. Yeah, can she take a minute or two and try to see what they might be now that she sort of recognizes symbols?
Yes, no need. As you kind of scan through it, you see the symbols resolving themselves, and you kind of take the knowledge into account. And you realize that you've actually kind of, in the back of your head, been shifting together some sort of magical effect that might be somewhat similar to this. This is the Bless spell, a spell scroll of Bless.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. So, yeah, Kiva reads it and she sort of like, in her mind, sort of feels like very familiar. It feels very familiar to her. She's like, this one is a scroll for Bless.
Means like a blessing.
Yeah, so, I think it must be the Holy Warrior stuff that Az was talking about.
Yeah, no, if you've come into your magic, then that would probably mean you'd be able to sort this out. It does bugger me why folks like that would have holy magic, but, let's leave the Dursts and their sordid history in our past where they belong.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, morality's subjective, right? So, maybe a blessing for them is a curse for someone else.
No, that's called Bane.
What?
Bit different spell altogether. Bane.
Okay.
It's like bless but reverse.
I'll keep up with that.
At any rate, take a look at the others. There were 2 more, right? Maybe you can get those.
Yeah. So she's gonna rifle through the scrolls. Does she recognize anything else on I would say the second or third?
Yes, the second one seems to be still completely unintelligible to you. You're not able to make heads or tails of it. But the third appears to be a spell that wards against poisonous and other noxious influences. It is a spell scroll of protection from poison.
Kiva gives a meaningful look over at Lillison before reading off that scroll. She says, this one is protection from poison.
Ooh, very nice. Guess if we go to any fancy, I don't know, if the knights we meet at that one house invite us to a fancy banquet, we can be sure one of us isn't going to get poisoned. That'll be fun. But that is,
Nels throws some poison in our face because she gets mad at us.
she has been remarkably composed with her magic, and I don't think you, of all people, get to throw that out.
Yeah, Kiva looks a little uncomfortable when Metreon mentions like Lillison poisoning someone in a fit of rage, and looks very guilty for a moment, and just says, the second one can fuck all. I don't know what it says, but
Well, maybe that's an artificer spell or something. They're strange people.
What's an artificer?
It's like they do like magic, but they like put it into items like the sword, like presumably the sword hilt you're carrying. They're weirdos. Really cool, but weird.
Kiva's just gonna like look at the sun sword and just be like, did an artificer make you?
So this is while you're carrying it?
Yeah, she's like holding it in her hand.
There's a moment where like you're holding it, and then there's kind of this sense of like, it's strange. There's a pause of like consideration and thoughtfulness, and then there's like this fierce sense of like pride and disgust. Not like disgust of like something disgusting, but in kind of this kind of patronizing haughtiness of kind of like a looking down upon kind of sensation.
All right, full of yourself. So no, this one was not made by an artificer. I don't think.
Interesting. All right. But yeah, no, I'd say if we're safe, I think we take an hour, sit down, and, do what we need to figure out what this sucker is. Wish I had, like,
All
some
right.
jeweler's tools or something, though. I need a magnifying glass.
All right, well, Metrodon, if anything goes shifty, just, crack on in the skull, and you guys carry on.
Got it.
Yeah, don't upset any of the bottles. We don't need to be taking you back to the abbot in 2 pieces.
The way Ez has rigged this, I think it would probably be like 200 pieces.
You're pretty sturdy, but point taken.
What's the blast radius on this thing again?
It is, She looks very awkward for a moment. It would, maybe 10 feet? 20 feet?
Insight.
Yeah.
You don't need insight to tell that, she thinks that, 20s might be an upper bound, but, she's looking like, man, I didn't really want to think about this before, and now you're making me think about it. Like, those exact same vibes.
All right. Kiva, enjoy your ride in the rolling death trap, and I guess... Wait. What time of day is it?
By this point, I'd say it's relatively early. It took maybe an hour or so to travel to Kresk itself. You spent maybe, less than an hour there, and now it's been another 30 minutes or so. So by now, maybe around 11-ish, late morning, approaching noon. It's not very late.
Think we could make it to the Wizard of Wines before in time to be sure we could get back to the tower before nightfall?
Why not? I mean, provided Kiwi doesn't blow the thing up.
Well, yeah, a lot of things are contingent on this cart not exploding, but all right. Is that our next option then? We can't really afford to sit down and, take a bunch of time to figure out what this thing is, even if it is important.
Sit back here and maybe we'll just figure it out as we go.
All right. Let us know if you cotton on to something, though. And also,
for sure.
A thing. God damn, I wish I'd thought to buy a lead box in Valaki. We need to keep this thing under wraps. If this is actually like a weapon against Strahd, then we need to have it out as little as possible. Ideally, we'd have some sort of divination shielding, but we're not that lucky.
Maybe stop saying his name so much. Remember how, the Vistani said,
Well, for right now, I think I left my scimitar behind. So, at the very least, I have the strap to my side that I can hold it, but I also have the backpack, and the scimitar was kept under my cloak anyway. So,
as long as you're confident.
I think it's in good hands, I hope.
It is. Whatever it is, but just be careful. This thing's powerful, whatever it is. The vampires... Peace calm. Let's not let on we have this. But yeah, thank you.
We're rooting for you. And Metron first away. At least 25 feet from the wagon.
Earthrendir is moving at least 40.
Oh! She just lights up the sun sword like a lighter and the whole fucking wagon goes up.
Full on explosion.
Okay, well, so is everyone in that case once more making their way alongside the cart or at a distance from the cart while Kiva stays inside and, I guess, meditates with it?
Yep.
Yeah, once she's alone, I think she's just gonna sort of like... This is gonna sound so fucking cheesy, but she doesn't know the way to do this. So she's just gonna sort of like lay down and like hold the hilt sort of like in her hand, just sort of like resting on her chest. And is just gonna sort of like talk to it, which again, I don't have to bore everyone's ear off with the conversation that she would have with it, but it's just sort of just asking it questions and seeing what she can sort of glean until it decides to open up to her.
Lillison, who has been suspiciously quiet for the last 24 hours in game.
Oh, I missed your voice!
She will actually walk about 10 feet away from the wagon. And after a moment, she glances up towards Earthrendir. And with a rather, crisper tone of voice than she has been using up until now, except in very specific circumstances. She says, I agree with the idea of going to the Wizard of Wines as early as possible. Must we go back to the tower tonight?
He looks back. I'm gonna admit I don't know distances very well, but I don't think we can make it back to Valaki. And I suppose we could stay there. That's, they were, I presume they wouldn't deny us that little hospitality, even if it's out in a barn or something. So I suppose we don't have to.
You're assuming it's, not going to be destroyed by that thing.
Right.
We will see what we will see. And either we will have to offer them hospitality of some sort, or I trust that they will extend it to us, she says with, a not quite guilty look, glancing back over her shoulder at Kresk.
Yep. Erthrindir looks like something's kind of slapped him as he remembers the details of Amity's dream there. Oh, I hope they're okay.
Me too.
That's right. You dreamt about something, didn't you?
I would maybe try to send a sending to them just to see if Davian's actually there. But, well, I have one left.
Save your
doing all the
magic.
invisibility stuff. It
does drain
yeah.
on you, doesn't it? Like, keeping all that up. It's exhausting.
I trust
It
that
really
if
does.
something catastrophic had happened, Erwin would have known of it.
I mean, hadn't he not talked to the guy in like 10 years?
But does he still not have some incredibly efficient spy network?
Of course. But yeah, you're probably right. Whatever means they have to communicate, send in stones or something. Well, I suppose let's go find out. But as to actually answer your question, Nelson, I suppose we don't have to. If they're, if the Wizard of Wands isn't there anymore, then we might need to take those folks back to Valaki.
Well, I mean, they stayed in the woods and they said they was fine. So, I mean,
I'm also pretty sure they were lying.
No new parent with a 6-month-old baby wants to stay in the woods.
Yeah. And I don't think we can fit like 16 people in that tower. Not without risking knocking it over, and then Corellian knows where we are.
well, Fox River, right? We cross it when we get there.
Exactly.
Yep.
We'll see what we can find, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. And so the group of you begin making your way across the bridge as Kiva kind of pulls herself up into the interior of the wagon and begins meditating, focusing on the sun sword. Esmeralda guiding the wagon forward as the horses silently make their way down the trail, occasionally puffing out gouts of steaming breath into the chill Svalich Woods air. You continue on forward, reaching the Raven River crossroads and taking the familiar southern branch now as you proceed onward toward the Wizard of Wines. As you do, Kiva, you feel the sun sword in your hands. You feel that sense of warmth and growing familiarity and a sense of inquisitiveness touching against the side of your mind. It feels almost curious, expectant.
So after a moment, she's just like, "Oh fuck! I guess I've got nothing to hide." So she just sort of like relents a little bit, and sort of responds by like relaxing and sort of opening herself up more to the feeling of that curiosity, hoping that is the right thing to be doing.
In response, you feel kind of this warmth again, this greeting, this joy, a sense of being heard, and then this kind of expectancy. You get the sense that it doesn't seem to receive your emotions as such at the moment, but you feel that kind of tenuous, whisper of a connection forming between the two of you. It seems anxious to hear more. It seems curious, and you get a sense of curiosity, not just about its circumstances, but about you.
Yeah, so she's like, I'm not really sure what you want to know. I want very desperately the thing that you want, and it's sort of the thing that I want more than anything right now. Her mind very briefly flashes to a beautiful red-headed woman, but then she like focuses herself. I gave up a lot back in Kresk, taking a chance on whatever you are. So, if you really are this great weapon, look, I just hope you're worth it, because we've all sacrificed a lot to get you and to be on this journey.
There's a sense of thoughtfulness for a moment, followed by a brief flicker of mild offense. But then it fades into a sense of patience and understanding, and somehow in the weight of it, you get a sense of age, of years, a weight of knowledge and time that, as an elf, you can begin to understand. After a time, as you continue this meditation of murmuring occasionally quietly to the sword, or rather to the hilt, and feeling that flicker of emotions in response through this bond between the two of you, you feel kind of a flicker of undercurrent in response to your discussion on your mission of what you feel you need to do, a kind of undercurrent, kind of subtle at first, like a soft undertow beneath deep weights of an ocean that slowly burns with cold flames that illuminate with radiance spilling out from it. You feel it mounting into this sensation of, as you speak Strahd's name and picture his visage, his silhouette in your mind, you feel a sense of protesting defiance. You feel in the back of your mind, from the hilt, this sensation of fierce burning courage that slowly begins to swell, burning upward, not like fire, but like a fierce shining radiance, courage that will not be quenched or extinguished as it mounts and escalates. You feel simmering beyond it as it slowly ascends into this piercing crescendo, the courage mounting into, entwining with that defiance into this cry of fierce, piercing righteousness, of a dedication, a generosity, and a sense of iron barely concealed beneath velvet, as this steadfastness that burns with passion and rage and a fury, not of mere anger or wrath, but of a willingness to do what must be done. And then it twists off for a moment, and the strand is silent for a second. Then you hear a sense of inquisitiveness again, a beckoning, a curiosity, and you almost feel as though it's asking you whether you'll follow.
Kiva sits up, actually, and still holding the sun sword hilt in her hand, and says, "Yeah, I'm in. Just help me kill that bastard."
There's a fierce sensation of agreement, of accord, of crying joy, and at that moment you feel tears at the sides of your eyes once more. There's a sudden warmth burning through the hilt, and as you pull it almost automatically, not to throw it away from you, but to hold it before you, that heat slowly mounts, growing and burning until it burns like the brightness of the sun on a hot summer day, and then you watch as soft swirls of golden light begin to consolidate and apparate just at the top base of the crossguard. And then as you feel that strand at the back of your mind take a hold of that agreement, that assent, that vow of defiance, of vengeance, that strand of connection explodes outward into a thrumming orchestration, a deep bond of sunlight that you feel connecting you to this old alien intelligence. And with a sudden burning, the sword hilt flashes with light, and bursting there, you see erupting from it not a steel blade, but something fiercer, crackling like radiant light, burning a blade not of metal but of pure, searing sunlight, easily the length of a longsword, but so much lighter. It blazes and hums faintly in your grip, and you feel a sense of purpose as it casts fierce light and dark shadows across the interior of the wagon.
So you are a weapon against vampires.
You feel a surge of joy and agreement.
I think you and I are going to get along just fine.
Do we see the
Kiva-
sunlight come out
Yeah,
of...
Kiva would call for Ez to stop the wagon.
Yeah. Esmeralda kind of glances back like, I hope you haven't lit anything on fire. Holy shit!
Yeah. Kiva would sort of like step out of the wagon and sort of she's like holding the blade in front of her, and she's just like fucking Iron Man with the like, that moment in the first Iron Man movie, I'm so sorry, where he's just like, he finally perfected the suit, and it's just this like proud, like, this has changed the game a little bit. Not like cocky, but definitely like, okay, there's some hope, I think. It's hope. It's just unbridled hope that they could actually do this.
Well, I'll be fucked. And Metreon very carefully starts to step closer, shielding his eyes a bit, since it's the first time he's seen sunlight in about, 2 weeks? Yeah, he'll start to carefully approach Kiva.
Lillison glances around, and then, looking at the blade of light very appraisingly, she says, "Does it turn off again?"
Kiva sort of sits for a moment with it and just says, all right, can you turn off?
You feel a kind of tug of intent at the back of your mind, and as you reach for it, you feel the blazing sunlight at the back of your mind ripple for a moment in accordance with your will, and the blade winks out again.
Earthendeer just looks awestruck, staring at the place where the sun used to be. A sword of sunlight. I'd forgotten what it felt like.
Yeah, me too. I know it's...
Yeah.
Can you...
Yeah, no. She'll sort of, without saying anything this time, she's gonna try to, remembering what that sort of tug in the back of her mind was like, she's gonna try to tap into that and just sort of like tell without speaking the sun sword to come to light.
It does so immediately, even quicker this time, blazing again with that fierce, fiery radiance, the pure white light of the sun just blazing like a blade at the top of the hilt.
Earthendeer steps closer, like kind of the light playing over his pale skin, just kind of till he's a few feet from Kiva, just staring just away from it.
Yeah, Metreon closes his eyes and sort of lifts his head up, cranes his neck up towards the sky, and just lets the light wash over him.
Lillison takes a step back, which, because she started closer than everybody else, she's still about the same distance away, but she doesn't come closer, and she says, "I don't think a lead box will be sufficient anymore."
Yeah, we might need a lead sheath for this thing. And then there's just kind of a flare of panic in Earthendeer's eyes, and he swirls around. Shit! Spies! Everybody look!
Yeah, Metron snaps out of it.
Kiva like drops the, pulls on that thread again to unlight the blade, and then very quickly and sort of like reflexively, she is going to use what the fuck is that called? Detect evil and good. That one. That's the spell that I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, if everyone else who's looking could make a perception check for me.
24.
Or
21.
18.
Okay. Lillison, Metron, and Erthrandir. Each of you see just off to the western side of the road a low, dark, lupine silhouette that immediately upon you locking eyes with it, lets out a yelp and begins bounding northward.
Oh, no, you don't. And Metron tries to fire a crossbow bolt at it.
All right, give me an initiative check.
Yeah,
Or
no,
just, make a
Erthandir's
dex
going
check.
after it. Erthandir's going after it too.
So is Lilson.
can we all make initiative checks?
Yes.
You may.
Okay, that's a 12.
Ooh, that's a 4.
20. Dirty 20.
17.
Also
Okay.
17.
Kiva, you can act first. You can see the creature, it looks like a wolf, is maybe about 20 feet away from you in the underbrush, and you now have the sun sword in your inventory.
Oh my god. Fuck. I guess I'm just gonna go for it. So she's gonna just run after the thing, and as she's running, just sort of like just turn it on and take a swing as soon as she's in range. I'm gonna miss this first attack just because that's what the gods are gonna tell me.
All right.
Oh,
Are
maybe
you
not.
gonna miss?
Maybe not. I don't know what's happening tonight. My dice are too kind to me. It's a 19 to hit.
A 19 will certainly hit.
All right, that's 13 radiant damage and 4 other. I don't know what that means.
The other
That's
is just
hitting
if it's an undead.
Oh, fuck yeah, nice. So that's just 13 then.
Okay, you spring forward into the underbrush, bringing the sun sword high over your head. In that moment, the wolf kind of shrinking back below you seems so small, so pathetic and pitiful beneath the fierce, blinding radiance of the weapon that you hold above you, and you bring it slashing down toward it. How would you like to do this?
Don't leave us hanging.
Kiva, you there?
She's typing.
Ah.
For me?
Was. Yeah.
We can now.
Keep talking.
Amazing. Okay, sorry, my mouse is freaking out. So she is just going to take that sun sword and French Revolution style cut the head off the wolf. Very
Okay.
dramatically.
Easy enough. You bring it spiraling through the air and slicing vertically, just directly through the wolf, and you hear this kind of hissing as the moment of impact, the wound is immediately cauterized by whatever holy or radiant heat this thing bears with it, slicing like butter through the flesh of the wolf, and the head going rolling across the ground before it comes to a halt just beneath a bush. Silent, its tongue lolling out of its mouth, its eyes gazing sightlessly up into the shadows and the fierce blazing light of the sword.
So the
Amity-
moment it's down, she switches off the blade. Like, she does not want any other to risk anything else, but she's just sort of like on her knees in the darkness.
Yeah, Amity's like running into the woods looking for other possible spies because that light could have shined like tons of
Always.
miles away.
Yep, Erthandir's doing so as well.
All right, if the two of you would like to make your own perception checks.
Double last time, that's an 8.
11.
Improvement. You take a few minutes to kind of sift around through the underbrush, looking for anything that might be there. While they're doing that, are Kiva and the others doing anything? As you finish, Kiva, Ismark kind of comes up behind you, places a hand on your shoulder. Well, I think that was probably the most impressive coup de grace I've ever seen. Well done.
That's coming from you, Wolf Killer. And she's gonna, like, use him to help her stand up.
He
Because
offers
he's
you a
very
hand and kind
tall.
of helps you kind of plant yourself on the ground again. He gives you a nod and a roguish grin. Really, I think that Well, I've not quite seen such a weapon before. It seems miraculous.
I'm hoping it remains that way. She's just sort of like still in sort of panic mode and looking around for the others to make sure that everyone else is okay, though.
Everyone seems to be all right, but after a moment, you see kind of Ismark swallow, his voice now a little wavering. Do you think you could turn it on again? Just for a moment. I know it's risky.
No, of course. Yeah, she'll pull it out again while they're there, and oh, that sounded wrong.
It's all right.
And listen, she's alone with Ismark. Anything could happen. Edit that out, CEO.
Don't edit it out, Sia.
Edit out nothing.
Yeah, so she'll take a moment and light it, and then sort of offer it to him, like if he wants to hold it, or just like she's not gonna like give it to him if he doesn't want it, but like if he very clearly is interested in it, so she wants to make sure that he gets what he needs. That also sounded. I need to stop talking.
Do you?
He kind of looks at it for a second, and before you kind of hand it out toward him, he kind of remembers. So this is sunlight, you said.
Oh, that's right. You ain't
I
never seen it
forgot.
before.
You've never seen it.
He shakes his head. It's and you can see like little tears are coming at the corner of his eyes. It's beautiful. I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, no, of course, Rena is. Get over here.
Irina is just staring straight at it with this look of awe and wonderment in her eyes. Ismark kind of holds out his hand reluctantly. If you don't mind.
Take all the time you need.
He gratefully accepts it as you pass the hilt over, and the second your fingers leave its grasp, the sunlight vanishes. And
Wait,
it's
what?
just a
What?
platinum hilt.
What happened to it?
Ismark kind of recoils. Oh, no! Did I break it?
No. Look, she'll take it back and she'll be like light again or whatever. She's gonna pull
It
that
blazes with
string.
radiance at your command.
So maybe it worked. Whatever Erthrendir was talking about, the meditation. I guess it works. But here she's going to take Ismark's hand and sort of like wrap it around the one that's holding the sun sword while she's holding it. If that's okay with it, if he doesn't resist that, but that she was just sort of like take his hand into hers and just sort of hold it there while she's holding the sword as well.
No, he does not resist at all. In fact, he just kind of, very gratefully lets you take his hand and wrap it around yours as he gazes up into the blade with this sense of someone who didn't even know he was starving. As he kind of looks into this beautiful, shimmering blade of light. Beside him, you hear Irina kind of draw a ragged breath. So, do you think that if he dies, all the Barovia might look like this?
Kiva doesn't know, and she looks at Erthrendir, and Ez.
Erthrendir's off in the woods, searching for more spies.
She's like, where's the smart person that knows how this stuff works? She's like, I hope so. I can't believe I'd forgotten that you hadn't seen this before.
Irina just chuckles quietly. It's really, if nothing else, I think that for all of the crazy stuff that we've been through, I think I'm just glad I got the chance to see this. Thank you.
Well, listen, when this is all said and done, we'll make sure you get as much of it as possible.
She
On
laughs
a
again.
vacation to the beach like Erthrendir wants.
This time both of them are laughing, and Ismark just kind of pats your hand, Kiva, and withdraws his own. He lifts up a knuckle to wipe his eye. Thank you. Thank you.
Anytime you want to. Again, I don't get to share these firsts with my own family, so to share it with you is a privilege and an honor.
He offers you just a nod and steps back, smiling gratefully, and looking considerably more upbeat than he did even just that morning.
Yeah, so she then, once this moment is done, I'm just like, that was teary. It was so beautiful, Dragna. She'll like sort of take the hilt and keep it by her side under her cloak again, and go back and just call for Erthrendir and Amity to make sure that they're okay and alive.
Yes, and Amity and Erthrendir, you hear Kiva's voice carrying through the woods as the two of you finish searching opposite sides of the underbrush. No indication of any other spies or lurkers here in the woods. It seems quiet.
Oh, Amity was standing, like, basking in that
Not
sunlight
Amity then,
while
so
that's going on.
Lillison, I presume. Was Lillison exploring?
I'm so sorry.
I think it was Amity and Erthrendir that went off to look for more.
Erthrendir
Oh, I
did
looked
go off. I think
around.
Amity went to look, but stay. But yeah, no, Erthrendir will come tromping back, pine straw in his hair. No sign anything, but please, God, keep that thing off unless you need it. That, the radius on that thing is immense. I think you got...
Wait, what is the radius on this thing?
Well, I'm not so sure I want to check right now. I feel like
No, not right now, but perhaps later. It would be good to know.
Yeah, when we
Very
can
much
do it in
so.
a safe environment. Although we're gonna need to double down on spy checking. Like, we might need to pick up some arcane methods or something, aside from just eyes, because if we hadn't spotted that wolf, then we'd be dead by tomorrow morning.
You take a moment at your words, Lilith and Erthrendir, and you see that Esmeralda is grinning like a giddy fucking madman.
Is she?
She
What?
is. She looks absolutely like there's this like she's very visibly struggling with a shit-eating grin, the biggest one you've seen her wear.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
She kind of like
right?
leans over and kind of like takes Metrion's shoulder and rocks it slightly. Metrion, do you understand what we have just found?
Oh yeah, Izzy. I'm very excited to see. And Metron gestures over to the headless wolf. I'm ready to see that, but bigger and.
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
It exudes sunlight. She
Yeah.
kind of glances around herself conspiratorially. Vampires cannot abide sunlight. If they are exposed to it, they burn like paper. Even without the blade.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna be good.
No
It's
wonder
going to be
Strahd likes
how long?
exceptionally. For as long as they are exposed to it, it nullifies their natural regeneration. It wounds them. It burns them. That is why, in ordinary times, a vampire cannot be out after dawn. The morning sun, it burns them away in moments.
Moment. So if he sneaks up on us and we just go like, boom, secret flashlight, is he just...
Not immediate. Certainly, it would take perhaps closer to well, I should say perhaps half a minute or perhaps a full minute for a younger one of his brood, but for him himself perhaps longer, but certainly not longer than a few minutes could he withstand it. Perhaps even faster, it would burn away at him.
Esmeralda, what of that protection that he seemed to have?
That is somewhat concerning, and that is why I think that we should keep Sister Jigen looks around at the woods around her as close to our chest as we can. We are going to need to spring our aces in a way where he can't use his to their fullest, yes?
Yes,
that was going to be my thought.
I do not think that we should allow ourselves to get overconfident in this. It would be extremely easy for us to... Well, I
Yeah.
can think of several methods that it might be removed from our hands, whether we know it or not.
Yeah,
So-
we need to double down on the watches starting now. Like,
Not only that,
Yep.
but excuse me, but not only that, but if it is true that Zarovich is able to locate or watch or listen to us by some arcane means, then she kind of gives Lilison a kind of somewhat wistful look. I understand that, well, a tower in the woods is not the ideal place for us to sleep, but if it provides protection from that sort of watchings, and that may be the one place in this land where we can discuss our advantages with impunity.
Lillison looks slightly pained for a moment, and then she looks thoughtful, and she says, "Do you think that this sword would work in that tower? And even if it does, and that is a place where we would not be magically scryed upon, perhaps there are still mundane spies that might see the light and hear us there?"
She nods, looking thoughtful. That is true. I cannot be confident. In fact, I sincerely doubt if this item, unless it is some sort of ancient artifact, would function within the anti-magic field of the tower. But nonetheless, if we wish to discuss it openly, without resorting to some sort of code, it seems likely that that is our best bet to avoid being caught off guard.
Very well. I only hope that we do not become so predictable that whenever he cannot find us, he knows exactly where we are.
I think that's going to happen regardless. This tower's been in his land a long time, presumably. If there's a scrying dead zone, then presumably he knows about it. Especially anti-magic. That's not something he would have really... I think we can presume that he knows.
Well, you know the good thing about finding this thing is that we sped up the clock for us.
What do you mean?
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, the sooner we, get him out of there, the sooner we get out of here. And now that we have this, we change the game.
It also means he has incentive to hurt us. Until now,
But he doesn't know about it.
He didn't need incentive to hurt us. He hurt us without incentive.
you know what I mean. Listen, I get it. I get we're all happy, but this thing can actually, presumably, from what Ez said, kill him. If that's true, I think we're going to be getting a bit less mercy and playing with and taunting than we've been getting. If this is true, and if this thing can actually kill him, he might actually have incentive to, if he's draining my throat or clawing at Kiva to finish the job.
Which is exactly
Look,
why
we don't need
Kiva
to talk
doesn't. Kiva doesn't use this. None of us use it ever, 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 until we're killing him.
Or until we need to.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
This is a great boon, and we must still be cautious.
Yeah, if there's life or death, then, well, we may have to run that gamble.
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be swinging it around at my hip, but, I'll be careful. I have other things that I can use in place of it, so, we'll be okay. I think it's okay to balance hope and caution in this, but the hope is important to remember too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Presumably, he doesn't really have this thing, and so this is just pure awesome.
It is pretty damn nice, I've got to admit. When Eva predicted a weapon, I sure as shit wasn't expecting literal vampire's pain.
Yeah. So the dagger that we found is totally awesome, but let's maybe wait until we're in a safe
right.
place to
Of course. Thank you.
So that's off to the winery then, yeah?
Yep, with a pep in our step.
go find us an old bastard. Oh no, you're doing all the talking with this one. I'm not getting
Oh
involved.
yeah, no, I'll keep your mum.
I'll hit him again, and I can't be held responsible for my actions when he starts being a full codger.
Lillison looks at Erthrindir.
I will try. I don't think he likes me much either, but I have yet to actively antagonize the man. And, of course, I'll happily work with those of us who didn't pick a fight with an 80-year-old.
He started it, all right? I'm not gonna get into why I fought with an 80-year-old. Besides, he's younger than us. He's practically a kid.
Yeah, but it's not the same. When you're human 80, it's a different kind of maturity than a elf 80. When I was 80, I was in college, and I certainly was not the maturity of a human 80.
But is he?
That I cannot attest for. Probably not. He seemed very rude. Yeah, let's go.
Maybe Amity, you can fix some, some of them cookies or something that you made back at the winery last time. The one was a little hot.
But just don't make him fall in love with you.
Yeah, that might be tricky. Wouldn't want Randy to have competition,
Right. Let's just try to get along, and let's hope that, well, it hasn't been crushed yet.
Yeah, and there's despair again.
Oh, well, if it has been crushed, then surely the early warning I gave them will make Davian...
No, Amity, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
We could all use a healthy bit of despair every now and again.
I've had my fill, thank you very much.
And
We work with what we have in front of us.
Are we on the road again then?
I do believe so. And now that you're not filling it up with sunlight, I feel like some of you can get back in there.
Oh yeah, no, I'll walk. Someone else can take it.
Metron pats Kiva on the shoulder and gets back into the driver's side with Esmeralda.
Kiva draws a heart in the air with her fingers and then blows a kiss in the middle of it at him.
All right, and so as the unresolved tension continues to burn below the surface, and as Metron takes a spot in the wagon and Kiva stands alongside it, the group of you comes together and begins traveling southward along the path once more toward the Wizard of Wines. It's not far, you think, and before long you can see the trees beginning to part as the wagon continues its way down the trail. In the distance, thunder rumbles as a light drizzle begins to fall. You follow the muddy trail southward, descending through the woods until fully the trees part on either side. And as you emerge, you turn westward toward the mist-shrouded meadow that lies in the valley below, and beyond it, the Wizard of Wines winery. But the winery is no longer there. In its place, a great misshapen pile of stone, wood, and smoke sits at the center of the vineyard. The entire front facade of the winery has been torn away, the stones and wood planks cast aside like refuse. Beyond it, the stone pavilion and flagstone floors have been cracked and crunched as if pressured beneath an enormous weight, while the walls and roof have been torn away as if by a wrathful deity. A single stone staircase, miraculously still standing at the rear of the structure, leads silently to a landing that no longer exists. Not a single wall stands to its full height, most having been reduced to lumpy, contorted piles of rock no more than 5 or 6 feet tall. The second floor is simply gone, its pulverized remains lying in tiny, debris-ridden piles across the earth of the vineyard. The stable has been stomped flat, the tiles of its roof cracked and mixing with piles of mud-stained hay, while smashed stone blocks mingle with the splinters of finely made barrels, the twisted wreckage of the loading winch and crane lying on their side, the rigging torn to bits. Chips and shards of furniture, beds, dressers, tables, chairs, all have been thrown across the metal, trampled and broken. The vineyard itself has fared no better. The fences have been smashed into kindling, the earth gouged with deep muddy ditches and piled high with mounds of soil mixed with plant matter. Not a single whole grapevine remains, the pale green of life soiled by the dark brown of earth. and through it all, spreading purplish puddles that resemble gaping wounds. And through it all, a keen eye can follow lines of massive, inhuman tracks that lurch through the devastation. The mists roll silently across the wreckage as droplets of rain run like tears across the mud. The meadow around it is as silent as the grave. And that is where we will take our break.
Oh my god.
Good times.
Sounds legit.
Yeah.
My faith in Erwin's intelligence network has gone down drastically.
Just through the tank, man.
I thought they could fly at the speed of bird.
At the speed of plot, yeah.
Yeah.
At the speed of a plot.
All right, well...
Wait, this actually didn't get destroyed until like 5 seconds ago when we saw it, right? How does that work?
Yeah, actually, Winter Splinter's just over the horizon.
Yeah, we actually just see it sneaking away.
Like if we had
All
gone
right.
around the winery onto the hill instead.
It would have just, leashed back to its spawn point.
God. That's it, spawn point. As soon as you said spy check, I was like, oh, red spy is in the base. Anyways, wonderful. We will pick this back up at this beautiful, heart-wrenching moment after a 15-minute break. Until then, we do have a few other messages from our D&D community. This week, our Fireside Chat series will include part 1 of a conversation with Dungeons and Dinners about the food of Barovia and his chef-centered approach to preparing and running D&D campaigns. We will see you back here very soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Brett from Dungeons and Dinners about D&D lessons learned from cooking and the food of Barovia. You've said that cooking is like dungeon mastering. What are the similarities between recipes and rulebooks, or recipes and session plans?
Yeah, so this was one of the first ideas that really kind of sparked my thoughts about trying to do a podcast that combined Dungeons & Dragons and food. Not just are they combined in a sense where, like, I think that most every game I've ever been to has snacks involved in some way, or full-blown meals, but when I looked at my own style of dungeon mastering, I tend to balance homebrew and rules. And I like rules for certain aspects of things. It helps keep everybody on the same page when moving through complicated scenarios like combat, or giving, access to spells and stringent kind of rigid things that you can rely on that you don't have to improvise in a pinch, because improv is a good part of the game and a good part of storytelling, but there's some places where the speed of improv can be kind of bogged down and you want to be able to keep the pace up. So for things like combat and spellcasting, I like to lean on rules a lot. But I believe that there's also a lot of rules. I come from older editions of Dungeons & Dragons and other TTRPGs where the rules can kind of bog the game down. And whether I'm running the game or looking for a game, I tend to look for certain aspects, possibly more roleplay or more ways to express myself that sometimes just aren't options in the standard books and fare that are available. I mean, before Eberron, artificers still aren't and haven't been a consistent playable class in Dungeons & Dragons, at least in the base game. So before that, I leaned heavily on Unearthed Arcana or homebrew rules and homebrew races and things like that to find ways to, again, just kind of express myself or have other characters and classes express themselves. Maybe I award more gold, or I don't roll for treasure. I may award very specific treasure with either a narrative or character focus in mind. And when I think about that, I realize that I tend to cook in the same way. And what I mean by that is that when you're baking, it's chemistry. It's like raw chemical composition chemistry where the rules and the instructions matter a lot more. If you have too much butter or the wrong temperature or the wrong bake time, you can ruin a meal or a dessert very easily. It's very easy if you aren't following a recipe and you're just kind of winging it to have it not come out the way you want. But in saute or in general like grilling or cooking, more entree style meals, there's a lot more room for you to experiment and express yourself. And I tend to do that by looking for, if I'm going to cook one specific recipe, I may go to the internet, to manual cookbooks, to, hardcovers or handwritten recipes, and compare and contrast a bunch of different ways to cook one style of food. And then on top of that, I'll take kind of the most common ideas, like the central core elements of a dish from all these recipes, but then I'll use either what I have in my cabinet or my own experience to say that I understand this meal enough that I can improv with it, I can apply my own personality to it, my own flair, my own flavor, because there may be ingredients that I don't necessarily like, even if they're traditional, that as long as they're not going to affect the major composition of the dish, I may remove completely or replace with a substitution. And I think there's a lot of people that cook that way. That's how a lot of recipes get made, is through experimentation. If you want a vegan style dish that doesn't exist, you've got to go experiment with it and play with it. And I think that approaching those two things in the same way and seeing where they're alike and different, where you should follow the rules and where you should follow the recipe versus where you can break them and experiment and play around, is just a really interesting way to compare and contrast two different artistic arts.
You've also compared campaign preparation to meal planning. How does that work?
When it comes to meal planning, I think a lot of people get stuck in like a dedicated meal plan. Like Monday has to be spaghetti and Tuesday has to be pizza and Wednesday is, whatever. And they write down exactly what they want to eat and try to plan their meals for that. And the way I meal plan is I go in and I say, what's 6 to 8 dishes that I either have the ingredients for or would like to cook over the course of the next week. I still write them all down, but I don't put days on them. And then I give myself at least one kind of cheat day. And maybe that's to eat leftovers on, maybe that's to just kind of cook whatever you'd like, or maybe we do takeout or something, or go to a restaurant. Doing that allows us to still do the planning and the grocery shopping, and it takes a lot of the weight of what do you want to have for dinner tonight out of the question, because while it's not a rigid plan, I think a rigid plan, you say, pizza on Wednesday, and you get to Wednesday and you don't want pizza, well, you've either got to throw your whole meal plan out or feel dejected or like you failed at meal planning or just give up. Like it's really easy to give up that way. Whereas if you have a list of things plus a cheat day, we can go, well, maybe it's getting close to the end of the week. We've gone through 3 or 4 of the items that we've had. I'm not really feeling the other 2 items, but that's what we have the groceries for. Because again, having this list let me do all of the preparation in advance. But maybe we do just want to do takeout tonight. Or if something comes up, if some life event, which there's always life events that happen where, somebody needs to be late or has something extra to do and can't do dinner that night, then you have that out. But it still gives you that flexible plan that you can feel like at the end of the week, if I hit 5 out of the 7, then awesome. That's a success, and I can go into the next week knowing that I've planned that way and be excited that I did it once before and I succeeded at it and I'm not giving up because I can still get that reward. And in campaign and session planning, a lot of, especially newer DMs, get kind of stuck on telling their story and saying, the players will go to this city, they'll talk to this NPC, they'll find this item, they'll go on this quest, they'll kill the dragon and bring back the item and then get the next story point. And they have it all written out and maybe even have pages upon pages written out. And the minute characters enter your story and you are not writing a book, you're dealing with other human beings, all of that gets thrown out the window. The minute that a character goes, no, this NP is suspect, we're going to kill him. Or no, we don't like this quest, we're going to take the item for ourselves and sell it at the next town over. If you don't have any of that written and prepared, you can go into panic mode. And that can be in the same way frustrating, and you can feel dejected. You could feel like you haven't been a successful DM because your players aren't doing the story that you have written, and maybe you're not as comfortable or confident improving your way out of that situation. Instead, to avoid all of that panic, write down the things, the bullet points that you would like to hit, but try to think of them less as a strict timeline order and more like things that are more flexible that you can drop in anywhere in the story. If there's a specific artifact that the players need to get, maybe if you can't goad them into going to the dungeon to get it, well, maybe some other adventurers go there and now it's for sale, or it's been traded to a nefarious entity. Maybe the bad guy gets it, right? And you're able to take that item and put it wherever in the story you need it to be, instead of having to say it rigidly has to be in some precise location. So learning to DM with bullet points, 5 to 7 bullet points that you would like to hit on, either in a session or by a certain milestone, information that the players need to have clarity on, any items or equipment that they probably should have to tackle your next dungeon crawl, and any certain level that they should be or encounters that they should have these written down, but be ready to pick them up and put them into various situations instead of trying to lock everything into a rigid 1, 2, 3, 4. Just have vague bullet points that you think you should use and find ways to introduce those bullet points to your characters when it fits the scenario.
Mistakes in the kitchen aren't uncommon. How has that helped you approach mistakes you make while DMing?
I think that we only really learn from failure. Whether you cook by yourself or if you've cooked in a large kitchen, mistakes happen. And there's some mistakes that you want to be very consciously aware of when you're getting into culinary arts. You want to learn knife safety. You want to learn, that the oven is hot, or just to check it and to make sure you to turn it off before you leave. Like you're dealing with real world dangerous items. Whether you get comfortable with them or not, it's that awareness of danger and the awareness of the complexity of the situation that you're in that helps you prepare. And you're going to make some mistakes, but you want to try to not make the big mistakes, right? You don't want to cut yourself. I would much rather burn cheese in a pan than lose a finger or deal with a nasty cut or stitches or anything like that. And in the same way, approaching it and learning it in that way of what to look out for and then what to learn from, there's other failures that are just going to happen. And in fact, many of the dishes that we eat today were failures. I mean, moldy bread is the reason that we have penicillin. So in the same way, there are a lot of foods that we eat that were accidents. Things that were overcooked now become fried, or not having liquid meltable chocolate available and instead just chopping in chunks and thinking that they're going to melt and make chocolate cookies, instead make chocolate chip cookies. And so accidents can actually be the gateway to innovation. And so not judging things as instant failures just because they don't go your way, and trying to find the discovery of what else can come from that. In the same way, in a campaign, like I said, characters are going to go their own way or make decisions that you may not have planned for or wanted them to make. Maybe your BBEG dies in 1 round and you still have a 4-hour session that you need to fill. Thinking of that not as failure, but a moment of opportunity, a chance to look and see where can you go and how can you spin this into something even greater. Maybe the boss now has a second form. Maybe something more extravagant happens, or the characters do beat them, but something else has occurred because they didn't get to finish the grand spell they were trying to finish or whatever. And when you're going in and approaching, like I said, the dangers in the kitchen, going in and approaching the dangers, they're not as severe, of course, but of playing, doing things like learning the big bad things that can go wrong and trying to thwart them, learning about consent for characters and some sensitivity, learning how to run a session 0 and what types of feedback you should be gathering from players before your first session and after every session, and how to interact with players of various types to better understand before you jump in and play, what are some of the pitfalls, what are some of the ways that this can go wrong, and what are some of the ways that, I can kind of thwart those and to safeguard myself. You can wear oven mitts and still get burned, but it probably won't be as bad of a burn as if you didn't.
My friends, it is I, Count Strahd von Zarovich, and I bid thee listen. The Guild of the Black Crow have produced over 5 hours of ambient sound design for my most beautiful and ancient land. As used by Twice Bitten, these ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's Handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
And welcome back, everyone, to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. As always, before we get started, a few quick announcements. First, thank you to everyone watching on Twitch, YouTube, and listening elsewhere. We love and appreciate you guys, and thank you for sticking around. As always, thank you to our continuing VTT sponsor, Foundry VTT. Word of mouth says they've got an excellent audio update coming down the pipes, and I, for one, am very eager to see what they've got in store. Otherwise, Twy, what we got on Twitch?
So, I'm speaking to you from very far away. By the time this episode gets to your lovely ears, the world might not exist anymore. The notion of live streaming might not exist anymore. But with that uncertainty in mind, you should subscribe to Twice Bitten. You subscribe to Twice Bitten on Twitch. We have cool emotes, as ephemeral as they are in the face of mounting hopelessness. We have a number of ways that your contribution goes towards making this stream the best it can be. And take solace, even in a world without hope or point. Making something as good as it can be is a worthy enterprise, don't you think? Serena, bring us in with the weather.
Jesus Christ, Twy.
Oh, sorry, I just.
Well, shit. Now I don't even have the vibes in me to DM tonight. That's it. The game's over.
How is any one of us going to finish the campaign? That was the ultimate, like, Curse of Strahd ad moment that I think could ever exist. Anyway.
It's a wrap,
sorry,
guys. Let's wrap it up.
I love you. I'll start being the ad person now. Anyway. Thank you for watching. In the future, when you are hearing this, if you like what you're watching, you can join the discussion on our very own subreddit, reddit.com/r/twicebittend&d, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/r Curse of Strahd, for past sessions, all of our fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. As always, you can submit any questions or fan art that you might do of any one of our characters to our email at twicebittencos@gmail.com. And back to Dragna.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Serena, for bringing back in some much-needed positive vibes after they had been so cruelly sucked away from us. Well,
Vibe check.
But thank you for the vibe check. Thank you to all for sticking around, and let's jump right back in to the remnants of the Wizard of Wine's winery. As you look out across the devastation and the destruction, there's a moment when you just see the lonely mist spilling across the ground of the wreckage, the deep gouges in the earth. As you look across it, you can just see the splintered ruins of what once stood there, the vines and ivy that have been thrown and thrashed and torn till they've bled sap across the earth, leaving little more than a wrecked ruin in the place where the proud structure once stood. Save for the distant cawing of a raven, it's quiet here.
Do we think he's still here? Or should we maybe do ascending? Amity says, seemingly affected by seeing this.
Lillison stops and instantly begins casting a message. Let's go with actually a distant message, trying to reach Adrian Mordakov.
Okay. So as you cast the sending, doing your best to reach outward, you feel that unfortunately fail to connect with a close by target. Though as you attempt to cast, you hear a ragged breath from Irina beside you, and she says, What on earth could possibly do this?
Erthandir's stepped forward and is just kneeling down, staring at the tracks. Does he know what on earth these could be to?
Looking
what
over
sort
it,
of creature?
give me a nature check. I would say your choice of nature or investigation.
Gotcha.
Actually, no, neither. This would be survival. Sorry.
Okay, that's a 24 on investigate. All right, survival it is.
All right, inspecting the tracks.
4.
You can use the same dice roll. Just change the modifier.
All right, 18.
18. Okay. So, looking out over the tracks, they are enormous. It's strange, too. It's not quite a proper track, and at first glance, it seems almost more like a natural trench that has been dug through the earth. But there are signs of deep clawed feet, it seems, but with long lacerations through them, almost like with tendrils of some kind that have pulled behind. It's strange. They're not quite feet. They're certainly not human. And wherever they go, they dig deep into the earth, deep and deep, like gouges and holes that run feet below the muddy surface before vanishing into the earth, and then pull upward again, almost as if sucking against the sides of the mud at the sides of the holes that they've dug, and then planting themselves forward in this strange lurching gait.
It's some sort of. It's like it's taking some from the earth, like a plant, like those goddamn creatures we fought in there. But oh Lord, are the tracks? How fresh are the tracks, Dragna?
Given that your survival check, they seem actually pretty recent. The rain has only just begun to wash away at them. They've not disintegrated in any way. They seem, at most, maybe an hour or two old.
He bolts upright. These are fresh.
What?
The
fresh?
rain hasn't had time to get rid of them. It might still
So you're
be.
saying we just missed this entire place getting destroyed?
How do we not hear it?
There's a lot of trees to muffle sound. I don't think we would have. And it's not like it's I presume this isn't a monster that's yelling or bellowing or anything.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that building. That's gonna make some noise smashing it like that.
Well, I'm pretty confident in my appraisal. Unfortunately, it's most I'd say is an hour.
Well, I mean, do we look through the wreckage? I really don't want to go chasing after that.
I suppose we look for bodies.
Well, it didn't say anything about the ally being alive or dead.
Well, we at least got the abbot in case he is.
Yeah, fair point.
Let's make sure that Amity, we all warned them. They should have gotten out of here.
If it was just recent that the whole thing got, I mean, then I hope they didn't get, what's the word? The word for when you sort of, complacent.
Me too. I'd think that, the apocalyptic vision would have kept them on their toes, but they're stubborn.
Amity, that's the one, starts running towards the wreckage and yelling for Davian or any Mardukov, really.
Kiva follows along. She's not necessarily yelling, but she is keeping a keen eye to the ground for any body parts or anything that seems like it might be stuck.
Lillison hangs back and takes a look herself at the tracks, trying to figure out what direction they're going in, if, plant creatures have toes.
Bertrand actually hangs a little bit back with Lillison, not necessarily having any understanding about what happened, but just sort of watching her and then keeping an eye on the party who are going to the winery.
Okay. So Kiva and Amity, give me perception checks. What's Erthrindir doing?
I think if Erthrindir catches what Lillison's trying to do, he's going to stay back and try and help her.
Just checking out the tracks?
Yeah, make sure that wherever this thing went, it's not nearby.
Okay. So, the two of you together as Metron kind of hangs back and Amity and Kiva begin making their way down toward the wreckage. Kind of begin following the tracks and doing your best to decipher where they come from and where they go. The size of them make it fairly easy to distinguish the places where they move outside the radius of the vineyard, and it's not long before you track them southward as they pass between the two sides of the copses of trees on either side of the trail here and continue southward down the road and vanishing into the trees in the distance.
You don't think this thing's going towards any of the other settlements, do you?
I don't remember exactly what was on Esmeralda's map, but I don't think there was any other settlement south of here, was there?
Right. Yeah, no, it's just forest and mountains.
But what they said that was that swamp, right?
Yeah, with the old ruined town, Berez.
Yeah,
I think that was a measure east of here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, Amity said it was just this, right? She didn't say that whatever this was attacking any other place.
True, but her visions are usually single scene. It's not like they give her a continuous narrative. But regardless, I suppose we can't worry about that.
Well, the corner of Lillison's mouth briefly twists at the word narrative.
You don't believe it?
No, I do. It's simply the irony of the situation.
That the storyteller's getting prophetic dreams?
That don't tell us the entire story, no.
It does fit with everything else that's happened to us here, let's be fair. Healing magic that hurts people, spells to disguise that, make the disguise very revolting to have to take on and off. It's somebody's sense of irony.
What is south of here?
Tell you what, after we check with the Mardikovs, if they're around, we can unfurl Az's map and find out. Yeah, no, now Erthrindir is going to now go with Kiva and Amity.
Okay, Kiva and Amity, as you make your way down toward the vineyard and the ruined structure, what did you get for perception?
3.
17.
All right, Amity's rolling like a champ tonight. Amity, you make your way down toward the vineyard a bit ahead of Kiva, kind of piecing your way through the wreckage and ruins. As you do, you see no evidence of the Mardikovs, none responding to your calls. But as you do, you see bits and pieces strewn, a bed sheet here, a blanket there, a cabinet strewn with glass shards. You see what seems to be a small, the shreds of what might have once been a small doll on one side, a small tunic that has been torn and muddied lying in the rain. Small pieces of a life that have been torn and discarded, left to mix with the debris and refuse. There's no sign of any life, however, though. Kiva, as you approach the structure, your gaze drifts to the copse of trees, the small grove just north of the vineyard where the first time you met the Martikovs. And as you squint there, just amidst the mist and the underbrush, you see a shape. A hunched silhouette, just at the edge of the trees, facing directly toward the ruined structure, not toward you, not seeming to notice you, or regard you in any way, but a dark cloaked figure wearing a cowl over its features, just staring toward the structure.
Kiva, just sorts of like calls to Amity to get her attention, but trying to only get her attention and not the attention of the person watching. And then we'll take a few steps closer to them to try to see if she can get some more identifying features.
It's not long before you step close enough to see something more identifiable. In the gray light, your eyes kind of fixate forward. I'm going to give you a perception check. For a moment, the air is clear, the mist is parting, and a bit of the gray light hits the face just enough to reveal a familiar appearance, a visage of straggly white hair, the gray light on the green cloak. You see a glint of silver from a medallion, a metallic item hanging from the greenery of the vestments, the figure leaning on a cane with intricate carvings. And you recognize, even at a distance, the distinctive hunched silhouette of Davian Martikov. Still not recognizing you or looking toward you, but just staring toward the wreckage of the winery.
Fuck, of course I gotta be the one to fucking find him. She's going to like again sort of look to Amity and say that it's Davian, and then sort of ask, like, should I go, should you go, should we go together, sort of like
Oh, thank Helm. All right, let's go.
Okay.
He's bound to be, thankful for me. I mean, hopefully.
look, and if he tries anything, it'll be fine, so just maybe don't get too close in case he feels like swinging or something.
I'm not worried about that, but thanks.
Yeah, so Keep will follow Amity and let her take the lead because she's much more pleasant to deal with than Kiva is.
Thank you. And yeah, Amity will take the lead, and as she approaches Davian, she will ask, "Oh, I'm so sorry about what happened. Please tell me that everyone is okay."
So as Ebony approaches Davian and says this, Erthrindir, Lolison, and Metreon, you see Amity and Kiva making their way up toward the copse of trees toward a green-cloaked figure.
Yeah, Metreon, seeing this, will start to head over there.
Likewise.
Lillison will hang back just a little bit longer, but actually, where's Irina, Ismark, and Ez during all this?
Ismark and Irina kind of exchange a glance, and seeing Kiva and Metreon beginning to head over, start making their way down. Esmeralda lightly snaps the reins, and the horses begin making their way down the path through the wreckage.
Yeah, Lillison is going to sort of stick closer to that particular group. I don't want any of our NPCs getting snatched away while the camera is elsewhere.
Okay. Amity, as you make your way forward, you see Davian just kind of standing just off to the side of a gnarled oak tree, its boughs kind of over him like a skeletal frame, as he just stares down into the wreckage. You can see from this vantage point, as he leans on the vine-carved cane he bears, the raven feathers behind his cloak just kind of riffling faintly in the wind as the drizzle pelts down upon his shoulders. There's a kind of withdrawn, very sallow, very pale, haunted look on his face, as he doesn't visibly respond to your words for a moment, and then, as you approach, just closes his eyes and says, "What do you want, girl?"
I mean, as I said, I'm so sorry all this happened, and well, the first thing I want is for you to just tell me that everyone's okay. I mean, please.
He slowly opens his eyes to meet yours, and then you hear a voice from the underbrush. "Father, is everything all right up there?" And you see, kind of peering through the boughs of one of the trees, Dag, kind of peering through, you see Adrian beside him. The two of them kind of recoil for a second, going to short swords at their sides at the sight of others beside Davian, but immediately calm and recognizing your faces. Adrian steps forward. "Well, are you quite all right? You didn't encounter it. Are you unharmed?"
We're armed. We didn't see anything.
"Well, small blessings, I suppose." He looks shaken, pale. You can see that he's trembling very faintly. Davian closes his eyes again. "Everyone's alive. All right? Is it all you wanted?"
That's really good to hear. There's actually something else that we want.
"Oh, I imagine that, well, as you can see, we got a whole lot left to give, lass." He just fixes his gaze upon you, just eyes dark and heavy and just born and riveted with pain and this kind of impotent anger, and you get this, and you can see his fingers just very faintly trembling on his cane, and you get this very slight hint of, "Try me, why don't you?"
I know, but the world has much to give, and I'm not the only fortune teller here. We were told. No, a prophecy was beholden unto us.
A prophecy? What the fuck you on about a fucking prophecy? My home is gone!
Hey, take it easy there. She's just trying to let you know something, all right? Just
I don't... For you... You got no right to speak to me.
He kind of like takes a big step toward you, his eyes flashing.
What, you gonna put another little spell on me, laddie? Hmm?
Hey, listen. He puts, Metreon puts his hands up defensively. Hey, listen, I'll come in peace, all right? We all come in peace, but things.
You come in peace to loot for the fucking wreckage, have you?
Listen, I know that this is hard, and I'm not going to begrudge you any of that, but just hear the girl out.
You're not gonna begrudge me.
Just hear the girl out. That's all I'm saying.
If any one of you had bothered to try to do something instead of fucking robbing my family blind, we wouldn't be here now, would we?
I beg your fucking pardon?
Druids ain't got no fucking truck with gemstones, boy. I know one of you was fucking in my room. They ain't got no... If they would have taken some, they would have broken it. One of you took my savings, and I might not know whom. But I know scavengers when I see them.
Metreon licks his gold tooth a bit and starts to very sheepishly walk back, giving the floor back to Amity and the others.
We'll deal with him. But you know that I foretold this disaster. And there's another person here who has foretold that you needn't have long to despair, because we were told that the oldest leader of the Feathered Ones, of the Keepers of the Feather, could help us destroy Strahd the vampire for good.
Davian takes a long moment to mull over that. And then you hear just kind of this rumbling, and then you realize that he's chuckling darkly. And what kind of fucking feathered ones and what kind of flapping maws been spouting off to you? Coming here with talking
Erwin.
prophecies. Oh, great. So that moron's as loose-lipped as he is tight-eyed. Good to fucking know.
Look, he's helped us, and we've been able to help him.
You've helped him, that's good to know. Felt a lot of good did me or my family. Looking out there, the thing that done did this. I fucking saw it. Tall as a tree it was. Built of wood and hate. And you know I saw at the center of it. The same fucking green of my family's fucking gems. That if any of you had spared a sorry moment to help. And he kind of breaks off for a moment, choking a sob. I don't know what the fuck they did with it. But whatever monster they made. And now you're coming here talking to me about prophecies.
2 prophecies have already come true. If this third one is true, then then everything.
Right, because you're looking to do what exactly with it. Hmm?
Hey, if she didn't warn you, you'd be splat on the ground, alright? So, just listen to us. Well, I don't know. None of us know how you fit into this, but you do.
He flinches back visibly at the sound, at your reminder of Amity's warning. What's that, Lillison?
Lillison walks up, having observed and heard this from something of a distance, and would like to see, how many of the other family members are around in this copse of trees.
By this point, Davian's eruption has kind of summoned others. You see Elvir Mardikov striding forward, having now joined you, and you are rustling through the trees, and you see 2 young boys poking their faces through and just watching you quietly, before you see a taller boy, a young man of teenage years, kind of pull them and yank them back as they kind of struggle, but without putting up much effort. You can see that all of the children seem to have just like these dark, blotchy faces. Clearly, they've been just not emotionally well. They all look pretty raw.
Lillison lets her gaze sweep over the rest of the family. Then it returns to Davian, and she says, "We're so sorry. We seem to have lost all our social graces. What can we do to help you right now?"
Davian just sighs a long, deep breath, shaking his head. I don't fucking know. Everything we had, that thing took from us. At this point, there's nothing left, just find some place to get the little ones.
Can we get you back? Can we get you back to Valakai, or maybe we take them to the? And she sort of looks at everyone and doesn't want to say tower unless they don't agree to it. But maybe at least they can be safe there.
Earthendeer shakes his head silently. No place for kids.
So we
perhaps
escort them to Kreskia or Valakai.
You watch as Adrian steps forward and puts a hand on his father's shoulder. Father, we can. You know that we have a home in Valaki. The Blue Water Inn. I'm sure that we can find a place there. I know that we'll be welcome there, whatever you might think. And Davian just kind of like draws up his shoulders as though he wants to protest, and then just, shockingly for him, just visibly deflates. He just shakes his head. Right. We'll go to the inn. Lucky it'll have to be. Adrian looks very visibly taken aback, but kind of just nods, setting his jaw as if, not looking to question his father's acquiescence.
We stole your gems and gold. We were lost. And we didn't know anyone or trust anyone, and we took them. I'm sorry.
Metreon shoots her just this incredulous look.
Oh no!
And specifically, this was referring to the gemstones, the precious gems, not like the enchanted seeds. Just like the little treasures that you found.
The wine gems or whatever that.
No, like the ones you
is.
found that Metreon took from the lockbox, right?
Woof.
Yeah.
Just giving up the game right away, boys.
They know.
Kiva...
Davian
Oh, go
looks
ahead, go
at
ahead.
you. He's silent for a moment. If Kiva has something to say, she can do so.
I know you don't trust us, and we've given you very little reason to. But your family has saved our lives more time than we can count. We are forever in the debt of your son, of your entire extended family, of any associates you might have. And she just sort of looks up at the sky. We have wronged you. I know that. I have wronged you, and I'm swallowing my pride to say that we need you. But more importantly than that, you can trust us and use us to get your family to safety. And whatever comes in the future, we will try to do that as well.
Davian just sighs and rubs his eyes, and in that moment, you've never seen him look quite so much as a tired old man. You see his hand is kind of trembling, and you see in the palm of his hand, he's just very faintly tracing with the edge of his thumb a small metal locket. He closes his eyes and takes in a breath. Right. If you want to walk with us to Vallaki, then I can't fucking make you stop. He shakes his head. If nothing else, it'll be a distraction for the little ones. And
Do you want to go
for-
to Madame Ava? She's a fortune teller. She gave us fortunes about how we can defeat the vampire. Maybe she has one for you too.
He gives you a long look and then gives a small spurt of just dark laughter. Less. Oh yes, this one. And he kind of just gives Kiva a nod of his head. Just days ago. If she would lift a finger to do something against the deathless creatures in the valley. I'll say this for you, at least. And he nods toward you, Amity. You've done me no harm, but at least not beyond what you've confessed to. And that, if nothing else, is a fucking surprise. But why on earth should I believe that you actually have any plans whatsoever? No. That you would raise a finger against that man in this bloody fucking castle.
Because we're not
We're
the same
wondering
people
with-
we were.
We're wandering with a vampire hunter, and she's informed us that the way things are going, if we don't kill him, then he'll kill us in a time span of maybe weeks. So I don't really have much choice. And I guess you're not included in this little deal. So I guess if you want to sit back and keep living your life, I can't stop that.
Kiva's hand is twitching under her cloak. She's not gonna pull it out unless people give her the hint that it's okay, but she wants to she feels really bad for this old man, and she wants to give him some sort of hope or comfort or something to believe in. Fuck, this is hard. She's not going to do anything until someone nudges her in the fucking arm to do it.
Davian just shakes his head again, just looking quiet and broken, but looking like he's struggling with himself for a moment, and then his shoulders slump, and he just says, "Look, my home, my family. I guess that ain't no big surprise if the lot of you are just looking to save your own skins a bit. I guess I shouldn't have expected much else less. But for me, for now at least, I got a family that I gotta take to safety. So if you want to escort us to Vallaki, then fine. And beyond that, look, I don't know what this talk about prophecies. The name that you said, I heard it before, but right now, I got my family to care for. So just, if I could get him to safety, get him to Vallaki. And then he just sighs, and he looks just like he's, again, struggling with himself. I don't know if you kids are able to do what you're thinking you're doing, but I just need time, alright?
You don't have to think about it right now. We will go with you and your family. We won't speak to you unless you wish to, and we'll just let you have the privacy you need. We won't press you on this.
He nods, looking momentarily actually a bit grateful. And then he says quietly, "So, the Ars told you about the Keepers, eh?"
We'd put together that something was amiss after the 5th or 6th time things went strangely.
Right. And this fortune teller, you said her name was what? Maeva?
That's the one.
He takes a long, deep breath and then extrudes a long sigh, his breath misting in the chill air. He takes a long, mournful look at the wreckage of the winery, leaning very visibly on his cane as his hands tremble slightly. Then he looks toward you, Erthendir, straight in the eyes, meeting your gaze without a flinch. 2 days. That's what I'll need. Just 2 days to get... And then if you want to talk, then come find me.
Done. Take your time. Mourn what you've lost. You deserve more than that, but for this time frame, take your 2.
He nods and then kind of pulls his shoulders back up. Right, well, I reckon that we'd best get moving if we want to get to Vallaki.
If y'all got everything you want from the wreckage, it might not be here when you come back.
By this point, he's kind of broken off a glance with the winery. He just turned away, facing his back to it. We got all that we're ever going to take. Whatever's left there. It ain't in no fit condition to be broke anywhere else. What we've got is what we'll carry.
Then let's get you and the little one somewhere warm. Get them out of this rain at any rate.
We'll probably need more than 2 days before we need your help anyway.
Davian holds up a hand. Please. 2 days.
Yeah, I think she was saying that we weren't going to bother you for then anyway.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, it'll take us a few minutes to gather our things and get what we can. It's not much to carry, though, so... He
Is anyone
stifles a
injured?
quiet sob.
We
He shakes
have
his
a
head.
wagon.
No, we should be alright, but...
Maybe the children can ride in the wagon. I can supervise them, or maybe we shouldn't put them in there.
Nods.
Peregrine shoots her like a panicked look, and just like
She's like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that.
We'll be fine as long as they ain't playing with matches. Just go.
Earthringer's just doing the throat cutting motion at both of them. All right, yeah, we'll be over there. We'll just come over to us when you're ready.
Davian is looking very confused and slightly wary, but just kind of very slowly nods. Right. Okay. And then he just shakes his head and turns back to the others and begins speaking softly with Adrian. You see Stefania come out of the bushes and begin speaking with him as well. You watch as you turn around that Stefania just kind of spares you a soft, grateful look and a nod, and then turns back to her father.
And this is the episode where we find out that one of the Mardukov children is an artificer.
Yay!
Or wild magic sword.
Just sets off the entire wagon.
There you go.
I mean, honestly, they don't even need to be one. They just need to unhook one of them and drop it.
As we gotta childproof the wagon, let's go.
Yeah, I
Esmeralda's
was gonna
eyes
say,
open wide.
Kiva would go back and just be like, so we have company, and we're going to be taking them back to Valkai.
Can you stay at the
Lucky,
far
lucky.
front of the caravan? Far front.
Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll make sure everything is secured. I'll keep the door closed. We should be alright.
Thank you.
Yeah, but he wants to pull Metreon aside and just say, He already knew we took the gems and the gold from upstairs. It's up to you whether you want... I don't know how much you still have, but if you want to give some of it back.
No, love. That was compensation. Let's get on with it. And Metreon walks closer to the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Together, the group of you gathers around the wagon, waiting for a few minutes. You see a bustle of light activity and conversation from the copse of trees, and not 3 or 4 minutes pass before Davian emerges, leading the other members of his family. Adrian, Elvir, Stefania, you recognize Dag, and you see the 2 young boys, the teenager along with them, and the young infant cradled in Dag's arms as they make their way forward. The 2 young boys kind of glance upward at their mother for askance, and she glances toward Esmeralda. If you wouldn't mind, it's a bit of a long journey, and I think riding with the horses might do them some good. Esmeralda just kind of nods and slides over, patting the seat beside her. It's not a problem. By all means, if they would like to have a seat, I'll make sure it's a gentle ride. She offers a smile and waves for the 2 to clamber on. They do so after a moment, just kind of, sitting quietly, keeping to themselves. Stefania glances.
Kiva sort of hangs over with the kids and as sort of like reflexively and just trying to like be comforting to them.
They mostly just kind of, stare at the horses, staring into the trees. One of them glances toward you with a bit of curiosity and then glances away, his eyes looking down a bit shyly. Stefania looks around. Right then, are we all ready to go?
Rod is running.
Let's get back before dark.
Aye, let's do it. And Esmeralda nods and snaps the reins, and the horses begin moving as your motley crew falls in alongside you and begins making their way down, or northward, up the trail, away from the winery and toward the main path back to Valaki. As you pass, you mostly do so in silence, the faint rain and mist pooling along the edges of the trail amidst the boughs of the trees that weep softly with droplets of moisture falling onto the path below. As you do, Kiva, Stefania steps in beside you. If anyone else out there might be traveling nearby Kiva, it just kind of clears her throat. Right, well, I must apologize for my pa, but thank you for what you're doing and what your friend did.
Don't apologize at all. We should have maybe come back to make sure that you'd be okay, but I'm just glad that you all survived. We all are, and that you have a place to go. That's the important thing.
She nods. Right, I know. It's... And we appreciate you looking out. I know that, well, us older folk, we wouldn't have a problem, but I worry about the wee ones. She nods over to the kids on the wagon. Martin and Viggo can be a bit rambunctious sometimes. It helps if there's other folk around to keep them distracted.
Well, I have found that I am an excellent distraction, and we also have two incredible storytellers with us. If they're feeling up to it, they might even, tell them a story or something. And I know there are boys at the inn as well, Brom and Bray, I think. So I'm sure they'll enjoy having the company.
She offers you a tight smile and a nod. Aye, it'll be good for the boys to meet their cousins. It's been a long time since they've seen one another. Actually, I think of it, I don't think they met in person. This'll be a fun family reunion.
Can I, and feel free to tell me to fuck off, but, can I ask why you weren't together? I mean, families living so close to each other, it seems hard that they hadn't met before.
She sighs. Well, truth be told, I used to make deliveries sometime. Early times I knew him, Dad could help. But then Claudio came along. This was a ways before Erwin and Danica were betrothed, and well, that's their own story. I won't get into it too much. But Claudio, we did what we could to stay home with him. Obviously, he knew his uncle and his soon-to-be aunt at the time, but well, she sighs. Things change, One lad becomes 3, and then you got a whole host of little folk that you got to keep an eye on. From there, Adrian and Elvira took over much of the transport, and well, there weren't many opportunities to get out. The roads, they're not quite so easy to travel on. I'm sure that, you lot seem to have done your share, but for the kids, the wee ones, we try our best to, keep them safe at home. Make sure that there's no wolves about, nothing like that. And well, after my father's spat with Erwin, he just didn't come home again. I understand he had the business going. He had his own little ones that came along too, but well, my father, as you found out, he can be awfully prideful.
This could be the first step to fixing things. Or a horrible mistake, but I guess you won't know until you get there, right?
She sighs. I hope so, though I don't know, I might be just someone who looks for silver linings in thunderclouds sometimes. What we've got here, I don't know if it's anything to be grateful for, but if we can make something of it, I don't know that it's worth troubling ourselves over much. I just worry about the lads. Yolanda, she's too young to know what she's missing, but Claudio, I fear that he might take it hard.
Children are resilient. More resilient than sometimes we think, and with you as a parent, they'll be safe and strong, and they'll be fine. A good family helps when you're going through hard times. It helps to have and you can tell she's sort of getting like flustered. It's just nice to have people that love you, you know.
She nods. Of course. My father, he's I know he can be some trouble sometimes, but you know, he would never risk letting any of his grandkids get hurt, or any of his, well, he cares about his family, he cares about Barovia. I don't know what you're looking for with his help, but he does care. I know he does. It's just, he's been hurt a lot of times, and ever since Mum died, he's not been quite the same. So, I don't know what you're looking for with him, or if what you're looking for is possible, but if you're looking to talk with him, just be gentle. Do what you can to be kind. I know that he can be tough, but if you can get him to trust you, there's not a more stalwart, stubborn friend anywhere in Barovia.
Thank you for trusting us. Like I said, I know we haven't shown much, but it's changed, I think, from just us wanting to do whatever we can to survive. There's something else in us too. We've seen recently that it's possible for good things. I think as that feeling grows, it'll make us stronger, I hope. So, maybe your father can help with that, and maybe we can help him, too.
She gives you a sad smile and a thoughtful nod of her head, and just steps a little closer to the wagon, keeping an eye on the boys. Which just looks thoughtful.
Yeah, Kiva's gonna step back a little bit and let her be with her kids, and just kind of sort of fall in step with Ismark and Irina and Vibe back there.
Is there anything that any of you would like to do during the journey?
Yes, actually. About an hour in, Lillison is going to slow down her steps a little. She's been looking more and more thoughtful as they go, and eventually she catches Kiva's eye, and she says, "Can we speak for a moment?"
I can't promise that I won't make you mad again, but sure.
I can.
Okay. Yeah, Kiva will go over, sort of like smiling hesitantly, not sure if she's not joking.
Lillison looks serious, unless, you want to do a insight check.
Insight checks are fruitless on Lillison because she's always the master of deception.
I mean,
if this is you inviting me to do an insight check, I will request to do an insight check.
it's up to you.
Fuck it. Let's do it live. Wow. 17.
Huh. Wow. Okay.
This is the best I'm gonna roll the entire campaign, by the way. After this, it's all downhill.
Your dice have loved you today. You get the sense that there is some, like, unease under Lillison's attempt to be perfectly composed. Unease, anxiety, and, like, you know, the sort of unsurety that you get from, like, a kid who's been unexpectedly called on and, like, thinks they're giving the right answer.
Kiva sort of loses some of the joking that she was trying to do to lighten the mood, and just falls into step with her, and much more seriously just says, whatever you want to talk about. Yeah.
I hope that's still how you'll feel after I actually ask my first question.
Okay, then I say ask. Let's get it over with then.
What is... What... Perhaps this is insensitive, but what is going on with you and Esmeralda and Metreon?
Wait a minute. I mean, we were just, like, practically screaming at each other, and that's the first question you have to ask me.
Lillison's posture stiffens up a little bit, and she says, I apologize for losing my temper and composure 2 days ago. It was most unbecoming of me.
Oh, fuck off. Look, I was just as much of an ass. If anything, more of an ass, because I should have put it together about your story, and I shouldn't have been so insensitive. So I'm sorry to you. And who gives a fuck about what's becoming? I like you just the way you are. Actually prefer you opening up and yelling a little bit.
Lillison's brow furrows a little bit.
As for what is going on, I can't say what you mean. There's nothing going on my side, at least that I can tell. And Metreon's always been a little bit of a flirt, hasn't he? I do think he's actually seems rather besotted with Ez, but I mean, who wouldn't? She's stunning. I can't say that she feels the same way about me or him. I'm not sure, but there's nothing going on.
Is this the sort of nothing going on where you want something to be going on?
In a perfect world where we're not hunting a vampire, yeah, sure. But look, I've already tried that here, and it sort of really didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I got beat out by a pond ghost, so you know. I mean, I got a friendship out of it, and don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful, but you know, maybe romance isn't really in the cards for me ever.
You can see, like, Lillison just taking in all of this information and trying very, very hard to piece it together in a way that makes, you know, some sort of coherent sense to her.
I mean, if I'm sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear.
No, it's not about what I want to hear. There is a lot that I don't know. After having, you know, not interacted with the world for a very long time.
Of course.
And I certainly can't ask Erthrindir or Amity about it. It seems to be a subject that is too close to them right at the moment, and I doubt I would get any sort of straight, helpful answer from Metreon, and, well, you demonstrably have experience, so...
I sort of saw that one to fruition once.
And it seems like the sort of thing that... Well, this is not just me being curious. It seems like the sort of thing that matters in terms of determining where somebody's weaknesses and blind spots might end up being.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, any sort of interpersonal relationship, I suppose, can be used against people. You know, my piece of shit ex used to try to manipulate my feelings about my father, all the ways he had failed me, not being able to keep me safe or provide for me. For a while it worked, because I was so wounded by the fact that I didn't have a family that it was easy to be manipulated into feeling like it was the fault of something other than just fate or design. When it comes to romantic relationships, they can certainly be more exploited. I mean, we saw what happened in Kresk with, not that I'm not happy for Erthrindir and Amity, it's just like, that's one more thing that he can use. And people will do incredible, terrifying things to protect the people that they love.
Exactly.
But, no offense, I mean, why are you asking? I know you haven't, obviously, you know, been around a lot of people, but you seem incredibly smart and I mean, is there something specific that you want to know, or just...
Foundational knowledge, I suppose. The numerical scale only tells one so much. It...
The numerical scale is also bullshit. It's a fun party conversation, but attraction isn't that quantifiable, you know? Some people feel that way about almost everyone they meet. Some people can turn their attraction into a commodity to be bought or sold. Some people can find one person and that is their person for the rest of time, and some people don't have anyone and don't care to. The numerical scale is fun for rating base attractiveness in sort of you know, party senses, but I don't know, it's not something you have to base an entire relationship on, you know, a friendship or otherwise.
I would ask, what are they based off of, but... well... I assume the answer is all sorts of things.
Sometimes that's the answer, but the simplest way I think to say is a feeling, and that feeling can be many things. It can be loneliness or happiness, fear, but if you don't feel it or if you don't understand it, you know, it's normal, right? Like, I don't want you to think that there's nothing wrong with questions or not understanding.
Perhaps nothing inherently wrong, but I dislike not understanding things. You understand?
Of course. course. Well, I mean, to put it back to the question that you asked, Metrodon, although I have grown to care for him very deeply, which is surprising, because he is obnoxious as the day is long, but so am I, so I suppose maybe that's why I'm able to connect to him. But, you know, he doesn't strike me as the type of person to be too particular about who he shows his affection to, as long as there's a transaction involved. Unless it's someone like Esmeralda, who sort of transcends that, because she's genuine. She's a person with her own desires and wants, and she doesn't look at Metrodon or at me like we're different or monsters or something to be bought or sold. And I think that's important to him. Humanity for a tiefling. Erthrendir and Amity found each other because, in their own way, and I don't think they realized it, they were writing each other into their own stories. And their love may not last long, but it'll be very entertaining.
Very entertaining for them or for us?
For everyone. I love a good laugh, but the important thing is that they might not make it out of Barovia, but they're happy here. And they care very deeply for each other. And in a place like this that takes and takes and takes, it's nice to see that people can still give to each other. Even if it's an awkward kiss or longing glances. It's kind of nice.
But it is something that must be given and not taken or owed.
Kiva sort of like falters for a moment. For some people, it's taken. For people like Garrick, it was taken. For people like Strahd, it's taken. But in my experience, men like that are few and far between. They just get all the attention because they're so horrible. But most people don't take like that. Or if they do, it's wholly unintentional. Sometimes feelings like that can make us do stupid things. I have tons of experience with doing the stupid things.
You don't have to enumerate if you don't want to, but I am listening.
Well, I mean, like telling a girl that you're in love with her, like 4 days after meeting her, or like deciding to run away into a forest house with some guy who's convinced you to hate your entire family. Sometimes the feeling of love is so nice that it makes you blind to reality. So you have to be careful, I think. Guarded, but not cut off entirely. Unless you choose to be, which is also fine. But if there is vulnerability to exploit, I think there are always going to be people willing to exploit that.
The corner of Lillison's mouth twists once again, and she just says, yes.
So, obviously, and I don't mean any offense by this, but you haven't had much experience with this. If I know the number scale doesn't really make sense to you, but I mean, have you felt anything like that? It's natural for people in our age range, I suppose, is wrong because we're all sort of different age ranges, but people traveling together in tough situations, it sort of makes sense for there to be like feelings and stuff. Have you felt any of that?
Not as far as I can tell. I certainly wish everybody well. I would do much within my power to protect any and all of you. But this sort of numinous feeling that... I mean, I have also read of it. I have seen it described as the desire to make somebody yours, and that seems rather... I don't want to say abhorrent, but it seems alien to me.
There is something awfully primal about it. When you put it like that, making someone yours, it does sound like a conquest, but... And sometimes it is. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes it's nice. But the most important thing is how you feel. And so if you're not interested in it, that's fine and normal, and it's another way of life that's no better or worse than the way that Metreon does it, or the way that I bumble through it, or the way that Amity and Earthrendeer have figured it out. Sometimes caring enough about a person to risk your life to save them is the most powerful bond you'll have. Sometimes it's absolute unbridled hatred. That's still a bond, it's still a relationship. Not everything has to be sexual as much as Metreon and I confess I would sometimes like it to be.
Lillison glances up and catches Kiva's gaze with a very serious expression, and she says, "Saying no is a meaningful statement."
It absolutely is, Lillison. And she like pauses for a second, and it's like in the movie version of Twice Bitten, I think this would be like talking to her daughter. You have to keep saying no sometimes until people listen to you. It's a very powerful word, and people are going to try to take away its power from you sometimes, and you shouldn't let them, no matter how badly they want it. You just got to keep standing for what you are and tapping into that power.
Lillison listens with, her gaze drifting thoughtfully downwards for a moment. Then she straightens and her eyes flick back to Kiva's very seriously, and she says, "I don't think he understands either. I heard what he said to you."
What, in Kresk?
Yes. How could you possibly think you could be worthy? He doesn't understand. It's not about your worthiness. It's about honoring her. No, thank you. And I know you know it is about honoring her choice, but that means at the same time it is not about your worthiness at all.
You're right. She... I just don't want him to be right about me. And at the same time, because I've known that, and I've known him, and he at least sees something of what Garrick saw, and the part of me that I hate would like that to continue, because at least I know that someone is interested in what I am.
Why does that matter?
Because I'm not interested in what I am, and if I'm not, then no one is, and I don't know what I'm still doing here then. What the point of any of it is. Not in a look, I'm not going to do anything like in that house, but I want to be wanted so badly sometimes. By someone kind.
I believe, and there's like the beginnings of a mischievous smile growing on Lillison's lips. I believe you have recently acquired a sword that values you and that wants to share a purpose with you. And perhaps I'm certain it's not actually the same thing, but it's not. I can tell you for certain it's not the only way to measure yourself in the mirrors of other people's eyes.
Yes, at the very least, I have a sentient sword that thinks I'm superb as long as I want to continue to kill Strahd. And, I guess that has to be enough.
Enough to go on for now, perhaps? As I said, I don't actually know how all of this works. And I can't...
For someone who doesn't know how it works, you are incredible at giving advice and at least allowing me to talk your ear off. Which is probably not what you asked for, but,
I believe, in fact, it was what I asked for.
If you ever have any more questions or just want to talk again, I think you're great, like I said, and I'm very happy that of all the people that I could have gotten stuck with, I've gotten stuck here with a good group of folks. No matter how complicated and weird we all are.
I am learning a great deal from you and from everybody.
Kiva smiles, and again, like part of me is like the determined version is like Kiva just fucking runs up to Esmeralda and just fucking kisses her. That's not gonna happen. She's like, fuck it, I'm gonna go for it. No, she smiles and she just sort of stays with you and just like walks with you sort of silently. That sword comment is going to stay with me forever. In the best way.
After a while of walking, Lilison just adds, I think you've deserved better this entire time.
I think you are one of the only people who think that. But I'm very...
guarantee you I am not.
Well, I'll have to take your word for it.
After a while, Lilison will fall back. Yeah, after a while, Lilison will fall back a little bit, just in a sort of like, you know, this is chill kind of way. But as soon as she's not like walking in line with Kiva anymore, her expression changes to something more closely resembling, you know, somebody who's trying to put the final pieces of a puzzle together.
I love her. I'm obsessed with her.
Beautiful. All right, so by this point, you find yourselves passing through the Raven River crossroads, passing the entrance to the mountain trail, the northern trail that leads to Lake Baratok. You continue eastward down the Old Svalich Road between the boughs of the trees as afternoon advances, noon becoming early afternoon. You continue onward as the road bends through the tree line, soon approaching the Luna River crossroads, a quiet journey, thankfully and miraculously enough, as you find the Luna River Bridge soon approaching into view. And it's not long, not more than 2 hours, 2.25 perhaps, before the palisade gates of Vallaki begin coming into view.
As they start to come into view, Metreon, who has been keeping a distance at the back of the party, goes ahead and kind of sheds his skin, and he's going to go ahead and just go into what she look like. He'll go into another humanoid disguise, maybe someone he's seen on the street in Vallaki. Like light blonde hair, freckled, pale skin, a younger woman.
Okay. So while that's happening, Davian kind of shuffles a bit uncomfortably and gives the group of you a bit of a side glance. By this point, you're perhaps no more than 100 yards out from the gates. Right, and he kind of clears his throat. So, I suppose we'll make our way to the inn from here.
Yeah, that's where we're staying as well, so we might be with you a little longer. But we'll leave you your space.
He frowns. Right. He sighs. I suppose they might have a room.
I think they do. It's been a strange few days here. Speaking of which, a warning. There's been some recent political dissent around here. Try to keep well away from any representatives of the new government. They're not nice folks. Be careful. Be quiet.
He looks at you and ponders for a moment and then nods. Right. More suspicious folk. We're going to keep them to ourselves and looking out. Shouldn't be a problem.
All
right, let's get in those gates. And he begins passing his way forward.
Yep. Earthadir kind of, who's been this entire trip kind of, as many of us have been, I'm sure, looking very pensive, just kind of alternating between searching the foliage frantically for spies and thinking to himself, is going to gather the scattered members of the group together. All right, so while they have their time, their 2 days, do we want to just stay here for the night? Since I presume we can't really get anywhere beside, before nightfall actually hit us.
Did Casimir want to speak with you further?
Earthendeer gulps. He did, but frankly, I'd like to put that off a little further. I'm not yet ready to take custody of Victor again.
That's certainly fair.
I've, and he kind of casts a glance at Davian, making sure he's got a bit of distance. I've been thinking, this guy, hopefully he'll see the light and work with us when he needs to. He seemed, thanks to everybody, what y'all said back there, he seems a lot more inclined, but one thing we could do, if we could track down one of those gems, the lifeblood, the ones that make the vine grow, then as we've seen, it's hard to fight without a little bit of hope. Maybe what they need, maybe what he needs is faith that even if the vampire's gone, his family still has a life.
Do you think it would give hope, or do you think it would be salt in the wound?
I think it'd be hope. They've run this for generations. Something that's been in your family that long coming back to you after you'd lost hope, that it's their livelihood, their life. They're everywhere. The motifs, the Wizard of Wines, they care. And knowing that they might have a life again, that everything isn't gone just because their home is gone, that shit matters. A whole lot, I think.
We know where, at least one of them is.
Right.
And
we're
we
strong.
really think we've got the manpower to take out whatever it was that took out the winery.
I do.
Interesting.
Look at us. Amity's contacting the dead. Kiva can heal and just found a wonderful new thing. Metreon, you've tapped into your own magic, and you were quite a competent rogue at that. And Lillison, between your strategy and your poison, you're one of the more fearsome people I've met, and I'm not bad either. We're not we don't have to run from this thing.
Maybe we can ask one of them what it was. I mean, in a very well phrased way.
Yeah. I remember. I need to think back on the stories they told us, but we can follow that thing's tracks. We can do this.
Do you think that we give it a night? Do you think it'll still be traceable if we sleep on it? Not that I'm saying I want to do this, but I just, just curiosity's sake.
What time of day is it, DM?
By now, it's probably approaching, I want to say, mid-afternoon. Probably by now there'd be another, you reckon 2.5, 3.5 hours before nightfall?
Not tonight. This thing isn't going to be hard to follow. You've seen the tracks it leaves. It'll mean we'll need to be up bright and early tomorrow, but if y'all are down, then I'd like to do this. We've got the opportunity to do something that's good. I think that's worth it.
I think it's worth it to the extent that it helps us defeat the vampire. And, well, given the prophecy, I'm in.
He gives her an appraising look, and thank you. Thank you for being brave.
I trust your judgment, so I'm in.
Wilson? Metreon?
Metreon is pacing away from the party, sort of head down, newfound long blonde hair sort of falling against the side of his face, and looks like he's trying to, like, wrestling with the thought of this.
Lillison glances over towards him.
I feel like I don't really have a choice, do I?
You do. I promise. It's like back in that house. We're not making anybody do anything.
If I don't, I'm a bad person, right?
No, I think you're a damn sight more sensible than I am.
I was gonna say, you feel like the most sane person out of all of us then.
But I suppose that's... If you think that, then well, that says more about you than it does about us, don't it?
If that makes you a bad person, then it makes me one too, because the only reason that I want to go in on this is because it's in a list of prophecies. I mean, okay, not this specifically, but just getting Davian to help out. I'm not doing it because it's the right thing.
Metreon sucks his teeth for a bit, and then lifts his head up. Alright, yeah. I'll follow.
Then I'll lead. Might as well give those ranger skills a bit of actual use, huh?
Yeah, and if this thing is as big as we think it is, I'd rather it hit you first.
Ideally, it'll hit none of us. You don't fight stuff this big by charging at it. You spring a trap. And that, I think we are very good at.
So,
Wilson. Will you?
No, I was just gonna ask what we're doing. Are we gonna stay in Valaki tonight, or are we heading back to the tower?
Tower's a better jumping off point. Valaki's safer. Up to y'all.
I vote the tower. I mean, I feel like it's safer in the end.
I also vote the tower. I think it makes sense to give the Martikov some space with the family. I know their relationship hasn't been great, as Stefania said, so maybe we just let them catch up for the night without us intervening.
Yeah, I can do the tower too.
Earthenir casts an inquisitive glance at Lillison, and it's half, what are you gonna say, and half a kind of sort of gentle understanding.
I don't know yet whether I think this plan is foolish or brilliant until we have more information. And the only way to get more information is to go and look, isn't it?
It appears so.
Before we leave, we should really ask one of them what that thing looked like, what it was.
Yeah. Let's get as much capabilities as possible before we're staring it in the nostrils.
I guess, okay, I am not as charismatic as Amity in real life, so me in real life, I don't know how to approach this conversation.
By this point, you notice that the Martikovs making their way a bit ahead of you alongside the wagon have made their way to the gates, and you see that Dag and Adrian now appear to be speaking with the guards at the gates.
Metron starts to rush up there, breaks away from the party. And as he gets to them, hi, and noticing that there's a guard there, raises his voice. Can I bother you for a minute?
The guard turns toward you, frowning. Yes, what is it?
No, and I place a hand on Adrian's shoulder.
Oh, and Adrian starts and turns back. Yes, we were just planning to pass through. Were you still planning on coming with us to the inn?
No, not tonight. And Metron starts to back away a little bit, pulling him away from the gate, just out of earshot of the guard. What did that thing look like? The thing that attacked the winery.
He shudders and closes his eyes, licking his lips faintly. It was horrible. It looked like a tree that had rotted and died decades past. It was gnarled and black, and it was enormous, more than 3 stories tall. Its flesh was... It was flesh, but it was wood at the same time. Branches covered in thorns, roots that trailed behind it and lashed out like tendrils. Someone struck it, I don't remember who, but it bled real blood. It was red, it smelled like iron. It was... He shakes again. Horrible. It smashed everything in its path. It crushed everything that tried to attack it. It devoured anything that came after it. It had this gaping, tooth-filled jaw that just vanished into darkness. It was a monstrosity. It should never have been. Whatever blight created that thing, I've no wish to see it again, I don't think.
Throughout the entire description, Metron, in his disguise, even Adrian can see the expression start to crumble a bit with every descriptive, feeling the pit of his stomach start to sink. His posture starts to hunch over a bit. And when Adrian's done, kind of swallows back a bit. Well, thank you. We hope you have a good evening. Stay safe. And Metron very nervously backs away and starts to pace back over to the party. And
You're not coming with us?
No. We've got something to take care of.
He looks slightly taken aback, a bit wary. Then he just
It's good
kind
things. It's good things. Don't worry. Like,
Right. Well, stay safe, please.
yeah, we'll try. Excuse me. And Metreon, just bug-eyed and a nervous wreck, rushes back up to the party. Well, it's a big tree, very scary big tree with a big mouth and big teeth that bleeds. It does bleed because one of them hit it. Are we really gonna do this?
It has
it's definitely
teeth.
It has teeth. It's got a big old mouth.
Good
You said
lord!
it's
I
a
thought they couldn't. I thought they couldn't make the blight theme more literal. It literally eats. Sorry, I was interrupting Andy.
No, it's a plant for sure.
That's what he said. He says it's a big old tree with big lashing roots and branches, and its head skin, but its skin was like bark. But like you said, it bled. You know, when someone hit it, it shed blood.
If it's a plant, then I have maybe a request from a ghost or two.
What?
What?
Well, I guess I don't know if everyone's in on this, but few days ago, I contacted some spirits here, and one of them, this Vistana Damia, sort of gave me the ability to do a little bit of fortune telling. I mean, as magic, not in dreams, like controllable. And if there's a plant that we're going after, then maybe I can ask one of them if they have, well, a sort of really big magic weed killer.
Erthadir's just staring at Amity with stars in his eyes.
Lillison is staring at Amity with utter confusion in her eyes.
So you're calling on the power of the dead to get a spell that is specifically effective at wiping out ravenous 3-story tall tree monsters. God, I thought I couldn't love you more.
Amity just does a really wide, shit-eating grin. She likes being flattered.
Well, with that information, I'd say our odds just went from decent to pretty damn good, provided we don't get smushed before Amity can fucking destroy this thing.
Guys, Arena, Ismark, you all coming with us?
They exchange looks, and Bismarck shrugs. It looks like we're together for the moment anyway, and hey, whatever sent it this way, the druids, the forest folk, they seem to be creatures and servants of the devil, if nothing else, right? So, if they sent this thing like they did the others, then perhaps it's another way to strike back at the devil, or if nothing else, perhaps one of his servants will know some things that we can get. So perhaps this is tactical mission as well. Yes.
Yeah.
See,
good way of
that's
thinking
the sort
about
of attitude we love to have as Mark. You are just... Ain't you just a man, Metreon?
Yeah,
Shoots you a
real
winning
great
grin and a
enough.
wink. Right, so
Okay.
I
Who
take
gave
it we
who a
are
wink?
not. He
cut
gave
out.
both of you a wink. I take it we are not spending the night in Wallaki tonight.
Nah. We're going back to the tower. Hope you're ready to sleep on the floor. God, I miss beds. But it's worth it if we can do this.
I'll drink to that. Oh, well, whenever we have something that can make drinks again.
Metreon pulls out his wineskin and hands it to Bismarck.
He shrugs it away, just kind of chuckling. After we've won. Yes?
Yeah, right. Metreon puts it back into himself because he has disguise self on and is not wearing the same clothing he has, so he just shoves it back into his disguise. Looks really, really weird.
Irina nods. Alright then. So, I guess we don't have much time before dark. Should we hit the road?
Yep, let's get moving.
Alright. You bid your farewells with the Marta Cubs. You see the gates open, the guards looking askance at you, but not making any movement to greet you. Some parting words, the Marta Cubs Davian kind of standing apart from the others, just somewhat aloof. But you think, it might be a trick of the light, but you think you catch him give you a begrudging nod as you turn away and begin making your way back down the old Svalich road. And so...
Do you smell that? It smells like a new ally that we just got.
It smells like plot development.
I love plot development.
All things in due time. And so, setting off away from Vallaki and leaving its palisade walls behind in the darkening gray sky, for the second time that day, you travel along the western reaches of the old Svalich Road, passing through the Lunar River crossroads and another hour or so passing before you come to the trail that meets up with the northern passage. With the sky darkening to dusk and night beginning to fall over Barovia from the east to the west, before long you come into view of the old tower on the lake, standing at a lonely position just over Lake Baratok. Esmeralda continues pulling the wagon forward until it rattles across the causeway and pulls up alongside it. Alright then, I suppose we should get our lodgings in order.
It was real stuffy in there for me last time. If I'm gonna be keeping watch half the night, I'm gonna build a fire outside and stay there, I think. Many y'all are welcome to join me. And there's a flick of his eye towards Lillison, but it is very small.
Lillison may or may not have caught it, but she says, I think I would also prefer to be outside.
Well, why don't I keep watch on the tower people, and Erthringier, you can keep watch on anyone who wants to stay outside.
Works for me.
Okay. Bismarck chuckles. Right, well, I think if nothing else, I enjoyed staying inside, so I suppose I shall take up on that. Irina, you with me? Then she nods. Yes, if nothing else, it might be nice to be inside a bit. Not to leave you out in the cold, dear.
No, it's what I asked for.
You come outside and we'll go have a nice slumber party.
Esmeralda chuckles. Alright then, well, I've done enough sleeping in my wagon. I don't suppose there should be an issue. I can stay outside, and as for the rest of you, she shrugs. I suppose we can have everything set up to good to go. Alright, so, question is, so, Lillison, Erthrindir, and Kiva are outside with Esmeralda.
No, Kiva's inside.
Oh,
Yeah, Kiva was going to do the inside group.
Gotcha, right. Is Metreon inside or outside?
He's gonna be both. He'll be inside, sitting on he'll open the door and just sort of sit out, looking out into the field.
Okay. Sounds good. So, as night begins to fall over the tower, dusk falling quickly and each of you beginning to prepare yourselves for the night's rest. Is there anything you would like to do before turning in for your rest?
Kiva would just like to try and see if the sword works inside.
All right, you step inside, and as soon as you do, the bond that you felt with the sword just goes null. You sense no emotions from it, and as you attempt to exert your will upon it, no blade appears.
Alright, so she's disappointed, but she keeps it still sort of tucked close into her leather armor, and then just... I think she'll probably stay downstairs with Metreon and let Ismark and Irina have the sort of top floor to get comfortable.
Okay. Anything else from anyone else, or are you just looking to kind of unwind for the evening and set yourselves up?
Yeah, Earthendeer's gonna light a fire, set out his fishing nets again, and then sit by it with one of the little books that Lillison gave him, scribbling vigorously.
Lillison will pretend not to be interested in what he's scribbling in his books. But she is setting up a place for herself outside the tower. How far outside of the tower does the anti-magic field extend?
From your experimentation, I believe it's around 5 feet. I would have to double check that, but I think it's 5 feet.
So not enough for her to, like, full-on set up a place at...
I mean, you could set up, like, your sleeping bag, like, just there, like, next to the scaffolding or something. But, you know, as long as you don't, you know, fidget too much or roll off of your bedroll, you should be able to stay within the anti-magic field.
Yeah, I think she'll try. And after, you know, a while, she will glance over to Earthendeer and say, "Will we have to get somebody else to finish the watch?"
Earthendeer starts and slams the book shut. Yeah. Well, I'll be trancing for the latter half, which means I'll still be awake, so I think we should be all right. But yeah, we might need to. We'll grab Esmeralda for 2 hours of it. It'll be fine. And you can do too, right?
I certainly can. If
Great.
only because wondering what exactly had you that jumpy will keep me up half the night.
I'm not jumpy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course.
I'm serious. I'm just, you know, we're in a hell land filled with bats and vampires. Pays to be a little paranoid.
She just shrugs and grins.
It's not anything bad. It's just not something I want to. I'm still figuring out how I feel about it.
Very well.
Thanks. And I hope this is better for you. Being out here, I mean.
That is something I also need to take time to figure out, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you would. Well, I wish you all the time in the world. And a good night's sleep.
That seems to be all any of us can hope for right now.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. So, who's taking first watch?
Earthendeer will.
Amity volunteers as the non-elfer.
What's that from Amity?
Volunteers as the non-elfer. If we're having like yesterday, 2 people do it at the same time.
Okay, so yeah. So are we gonna go Earthendeer, Lilith, and Amity then?
Wait, last night we did 2 people taking watch at a time. So
yeah. So
elves...
right now there's folks in the tower taking watches as well. It's up
Yeah,
to you guys. But yeah, I think
Amity's the one.
Kiva's, Ismark, and Metreon and Irina are in there as well.
Understood.
I think this whole affair is something we never properly sketched out.
And the fact that Dragna wants to make certain of it now is making me nervous.
Yes. But yes, Earthendeer is
Right.
taking first watch with whoever inside is up at the moment.
Okay.
Metreon is since Metreon was already hanging out in the doorway, he'll stay there for the first watch and then eventually pass out.
Okay. In that case, Metreon and Earthendeer, if you could both give me perception checks, please.
My favorite.
22!
13.
Okay. Metreon, you find your eyes beginning to grow a bit drowsy after the first hour or so. But you keep a lookout, listening to the soft wash of the waves against the shore, the gravel of the causeway shifting faintly up and down with the oncoming night. Earthendeer, you keep your eyes peeled on the area around you. At one point, you do think you see... Will you get a 22?
22.
At one point during your watch, Earthendeer, you think you see a low shape, similar to the one that you saw earlier that day, lupine, amber eyes glinting from the underbrush, just skulking amidst the tree line on the opposite side of the causeway, but it doesn't seem to approach any closer.
Earthendeer will sigh, and once he's certain he's not going to miss his shot and set the entire underbrush on fire, he lets a firebolt grow and blast towards where the thing is hiding.
Okay, so you're trying to kill it from this distance? It's a bit
how far away is it?
Probably farther than your firebolt's range. I'd say it's probably 200, 300 feet.
Earthendeer will take a look over at Metreon and nudge him a little. Hey, we got company.
What? Fucking hell. Where?
Wolf in the underbrush. Not sure if we should bother.
Yeah, as Metreon stands up and starts to approach, he looks out. You said it was 200 feet?
Yeah, like 200, 250 feet.
Okay. Metreon, and Brandy's seen it a couple times, but he has this strange, determined anger, and he continues to walk past Esmeralda and Amity towards the shape, and his fists are clenched, but they're radiating with something that I'm not sure what it looks like because I've never done this before. But when he gets within 120 feet, he extends his hand, and he's going to go ahead and Eldritch Blast.
Okay, roll to hit. It does have partial cover, so
Okay.
This is +2 to its AC. Actually, given the way that it's concealed behind the trees, I'd say this is probably 3/4 cover,
26.
so +5. Yeah,
It does not matter,
hits.
Dragna Carded.
All right, you watch as you draw into yourself, summoning up this cold energy that you've felt before, but bubbling beneath the surface of each of the magics you've cast. And this time, instead of shaping it through word or gesture, you instead allow it to well in place, gathering it into a single conglomerated form, free of further scaffolding or intricacy, and instead just letting it be this mass of darkness and cold. And as you pull it up into yourself and unleash it, you release it from the palm of your hand. And as you watch an orb of blackness crackling with white bolts of lightning, as pale as bones of the grave, shrieking silently through the air, almost as it cuts through the air, like a knife played first, smashing directly toward it, and before the wolf can even react, carving through its side. Roll some damage for me.
I get another bolt, though.
You get
Do I
another
roll
what?
twice? So at my level, I get 2 beams. So do I roll individually for both beams, or just the one?
Is it your warlock level or your character level?
It is my warlock
character
level.
No, it's character level. Cantrip scaling is for everybody.
Oh, okay. Well, then I
Is
would
that
I would
true?
still get 2 beams
It
though.
is.
I'm gonna have to take another look at my cantrips then.
All right, then.
Also, that doesn't make sense. So hold on, it's just because I don't think my my invocation went through with that. So it's 1 plus 1 plus 4, so 5 total.
All right, 5 total, and yeah, it says 2 beams at 5th level. I'll take Twi's word for it, so you get another roll.
10 on the second one.
All right, so a total of 15, is it? Well, you have to roll twice.
Yeah, no, the second attack was 10.
Oh, gotcha. Then that one misses, but the first one is 5 damage. You said.
Yes.
All right, this crackling bolt of shadow-like energy smashes into the side of the wolf. It whimpers and yelps in pain, and then immediately bounds away into the darkness.
And yeah, Metron just stands there, just fist now back down at his side, very tense, almost shaking, and he just kind of stands there, looking into the darkness where that wolf was.
There's a small sound behind him, and if he looks back, he'd see Erthrendir very quietly applauding, sort of a golf clap, but, quiet, but evidently in earnest. God damn.
Metron doesn't say anything. He just turns around, but you can see that his expression is still very tense, very cross, as he goes back towards the threshold of the tower.
Thank you. And if you don't mind me saying, well done. Control's hard. That was well directed.
Yeah, well, I'm not even quite sure what it was, but whatever it was, I hope it blew its fucking head off.
Well, if it didn't, I'll, stride over there and give it a bit of fire to finish the job you started. But I think you're safe to sleep.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of him and his fucking spies and his fucking eyes.
I know, right? Like, it's always just at the edge, like, he's watching. Him, or someone who serves him, or maybe one of my friends, because they might be serving him on accident. It's just exhausting.
Can't wait to gouge his fucking eyes out. And Metron steps back into the tower.
Arthur kind of watches him go, a little disturbed, but we'll settle back down by the fire.
Okay. And with that, you return to your positions and look out over the lake and the tree line, and the rest of your watches pass uneventfully. Well, at least Metrion's. Aetherdir has another 2 hours ahead of him, but who's taking Metrion's place? Will it be Kiva or one of the Kolianas?
Kiva can take it.
Okay, so you'll go for the next 4 hours, and then Ismark or Irina will
Yeah.
take the last shift?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. In that case, if you could make a perception check for me.
Oh god. Dirty 20.
Okay. Looking around, you keep a sharp eye out. Question for you, by the way. Are you on the top level looking through the windows? Are you in Metron's place with the door half open? Are you with Irene Ismark? Are you in the bottom?
She probably would split her time if that's possible. So 2 hours be up top with Ismark and Irina sort of looking out the windows, and then the last 2 hours she would come downstairs and be where Metron was.
Gotcha. Okay, so the first 2 hours upstairs, second 2 hours downstairs. Got it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sure, yeah, you do kind of awaken some of your compatriots through the loud grinding of the chains, but you make the trip of the elevator within 5 minutes, and then everyone kind of goes back to sleep.
Amazing.
Okay. Well, with the 20, you look outside, doing your best to survey from the top of the tower to see if anything untoward is occurring, but there's just quiet mist spilling across the surface of the lake. In the distance, you think you hear the caw of a raven, followed by the hoot of an owl a few minutes later. Nothing of a special notice. Your watch passes uneventfully. Erthrendir, you're heading to bed?
Yep.
To trance, I suppose.
Yep.
Is Amity next? I know both Amity and Lillison were going to take watches.
Lillison can take the outside watch next.
Okay.
Oh.
What's that?
I
Lance?
have incidentally rolled perception by accident on Foundry. So if you want to take that, you can.
Well, I guess if you weren't intending on going. I know you cut out for a second. We'll just say that Lillison's taking the watch, and then Amity can go after and use that roll.
Well, that's not much better, so that's a 10 perception.
Okay. So Lillison, while Kiva kind of takes up her position right in the door of the tower, you kind of stick to your spot right in your little corner, just pressed against the anti-magic field, I imagine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, a few minutes pass, a quarter hour, then a half an hour. Lillison, you feel your eyes growing a bit droopy. Kiva, as you kind of keep a slow, steady gaze on the area around you. It's not long, Kiva, perhaps another 30, 40 minutes before you hear a soft rustling of wings just in the door sill where you're sitting, and you kind of look up and you see a small, leathery winged form just kind of clinging there, a small bat just looking down at you.
On the door frame of the tower.
Yep. It seems to have just kind of fluttered there, and it is now just kind of peering toward you with big black eyes.
Can you see through that? If he's sitting on this ledge here, because I don't think it works, does it? She's just sort of like talking to the bat, very like coldly.
The bat just kind of tilts its head and looks at you. It kind of shuffles a bit to the side and then just tilts its head again and just chirps very softly.
Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do to make you go away, so you can keep watch with me then.
It ruffles its little wings and just kind of settles back in, watching you inquisitively. As it does, just a few yards away outside the tower, while Kiva spends time with her little bat friend. Lillison, as you sit on your own bedroll, keeping a quiet watch over the surface of the lake and occasionally spraying a glance for the causeway and the wagon where Esmeralda rests, you're momentarily distracted as you hear the sound of soft beating wings approaching from the opposite side of the lake. And as you turn, you see, coming into view, just very faintly illuminated by the flickering embers of the fire, back toward the wagon where Erthrendir and Amity are fast asleep. In soft shades of grays and blacks, you see a small bat, its little leathery wings flapping in the air, its big black eyes reflecting the light very faintly as it flutters toward you, and in its mouth, between its fangs, gripped a small piece of paper, rolled up a bit of parchment, but as it approaches you can see lettering glinting in the light. You watch as it lands on the ground a few feet away from you and just delicately plants the rolled up bit of parchment on the ground.
Lillison watches this with growing concern, and her fist clenches and unclenches around her focus. She's not entirely sure whether to blast this bat or not, but in the end she settles for giving it kind of an awkward little bow, and she picks up the paper.
The bat flutters its wings softly and just waddles a few inches away, giving you a bit of space as you look over it. You see on the exterior of the parchment, it appears to have been tied with an elegant red ribbon, and it's written in a very fine cursive script the words, "For Lillison."
Lillison glances back up, seeing if the bat is still around.
It's just quietly remaining there, just looking up at you.
She's gonna glance over to where Erthrindir is. Does Erthrindir appear asleep?
He seems to be pretty deep into a trance. Is that right?
Yep, that's accurate.
Okay. Lillison is going to open the letter.
Okay.
Oh my god, is
if you
Kiva not seeing this? I'm gonna lose my mind!
Kiva does not see this as Lillison is pressed against the wall of the anti-magic field. Lillison, if you would open the items tab on your Foundry sidebar, you should now see, under handouts,
I see.
letter to Lillison. Do you see it?
Uh-huh.
If you would like to read it aloud.
Lillison starts reading this aloud, very, very quietly. My friend, it is no small talent to retain a predilection for etiquette in the face of unpleasantness and adversity. I regret the antagonism of our conversations, yet the grind of the millstone is essential in separating the wheat from the chaff. Travelers to my lands often lack the tools of politics, strategy, or negotiation, preferring instead the common vices of savagery and blind faith. Your companions echo such memories. I applaud their bravado, but one can hardly doubt that they will take their place among their predecessors in due time. Across the centuries, I have seen time and time again such foolhardy creatures embrace death, and in doing so, call death to embrace them. You, however, reject death, as only one who has known it intimately can. I admire such defiance and will. If you seek to master the prospect of your own mortality, and perhaps forestall it indefinitely, I cordially invite you to join me for a discussion of the opportunities that lay before you, and the means by which you may pursue them. Should you find my offer worthwhile, travel to the coffin maker's shop in Vallaki. At the moment of sundown, knock 6 times and speak the words, I come in Dostran's memory. Regrettably, I fear that your companions possess neither your intellect nor your admirable proficiency with the arcane and diplomatic arts. As such, I hope that our meeting can be kept to our mutual discretion. Your host, Strahd von Zarovich.
And as you look up from finishing the letter, your lips stopping their movement, you hear the sound of wings once more as the bat takes to the air and begins flying across the mist-covered water, soon vanishing as it is swallowed up by the fog. And that is where we will end it for tonight.
Oh
Now,
my god!
look now. See,
First of all, super offended. Second of all, if you don't go, losing my mind.
Do it. Please do it. Oh my god, do
listen,
it.
if you don't want to go, Jack, the player, will have Metron just turn into you and go.
Seriously. Who wrote that letter? Dragon, did you write that?
I may have.
So gifted with words.
Oh,
Thank
I was
you.
like shaking. My hand is shaking.
And Lillison is absolutely going, but as soon as,
Oh my god.
they get back to Vallaki in a non-suspicious manner. Like,
Do
she's
we
not going to
all
run
get
off now.
letters at some point? Oh my god. I want him to manipulate all of us with letters.
See, when I asked Dragna for more TPKs earlier, I did not expect emotional TPKs.
No, Lillison would be
No,
the
this
one
is the
to do it.
homegrown
That's
kind.
what that's what you were asking for. That Lillison be the one to TPK us when she becomes the next Dark Lord of Barovia.
Please backstab us all. Please just kill us all with a
Oh my
fireball.
god, please,
Oh my god,
please,
please,
Lillison.
please.
God. Strahd doesn't even have to work for you. You're just thirsty for betrayals.
Look, we're Curse of Strahd DMs. This is our shit.
This is our meat. This is
We feed upon despair.
Like, we're rooting for our characters, but we're also rooting for Strahd. And that's some sexy
our
Strahd
characters
shit.
are rooting for our
Yeah,
characters.
I'm
I, as a player, am rooting for
Strahd.
destruction.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, I'm glad that everyone seems to have cheered considerably since Twy's very bleak words during the announcements. Otherwise, we will be back to our normal schedule with you fine folks of the future, then the present, starting next week. So, as always, thank you to everyone for joining us today. We will see you all back in the mists next week. Until then, heed the echoes of ancient scars, and take care.